Chapter 284. Agar's continued. The demon god emperor told me that Long Houchen's current strength is very strong. With his cultivation, to be able to say the word very strong, I'm afraid that Long Houchen's current cultivation isn't something that ordinary demon gods can contend against. That's why he gathered most of the demon gods together to prevent Long Houchen from defeating them one by one. At the same time, he could also concentrate his strength to launch a war. The demon god emperor's plan can't be said to be incomplete. Then what we do now? Send a letter to Long Houchen? The man in black asked doubtfully. Agar shook his head and said, "No, wait a little longer. I've already decided. This holy war is also an important opportunity for us. But even if we want to communicate with Long Houchen, we have to wait until we have accurate information. This time, we can't make any mistakes. When we have accurate information, you will personally make a trip." Okay. Poof. With a muffled sound, the huge demon god pillar instantly shattered into countless fragments flying in the air. Long Houchen floated in the air, the huge white wings formed by the eternal armor spread out, making him look like a god descending from the sky. And just below the demon god pillar, a demon god had completely lost all signs of life, and its demon god crystal core was in Long Houchen's hands. The battle in the 6 northern provinces was nearing its end. The 6 divisions of the Vanguard Legion were invincible. The capital of the 6 northern provinces of the demons were all conquered without any suspense. Among them, Long Houchen and the others found 2 demon gods, both of whom died at the hands of Long Houchen. Even their demon god pillars were destroyed. At this point, among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, as many as 5 had been destroyed. Elder Shao, how's the situation in the city? Long Houchen asked Elder Shao beside him. Shao was smiled and said, "Everything went smoothly. Before we came, Kair and the others had already solved most of the problems here. All the resources have been taken away by the magicians in their storage rings. This demon god pillar has also been destroyed. What should we do next?" Long Houchen said, "Based on the time, no matter what, the demon emperor should have received accurate information by now, and he should be making his move. We should first gather our forces together, then break through another province to the south, and then we'll have to play hide and seek with the demon emperor." What? In the demon emperor's bedroom. Looking at the moon demon, Agar's, the demon emperor was furious. He stood up abruptly and paced back and forth in the room. Agar stood respectfully at the side with his hands by his side. Looking at the anxious demon emperor, his heart moved slightly, but he didn't show it on the surface. "What good, Long Houchen?" After walking for a full 5 minutes, the demon emperor stopped and narrowed his eyes. The anger in his eyes gradually extinguished and was replaced with a trace of admiration. To be able to make the most accurate judgment in the shortest time possible and put it into action, killing 3 of my demon gods and destroying the capital of my 6 northern provinces, he's trying to lure me there. The demon emperor said coldly. Moon demon Agar's nodded and said, "My judgment is the same as your majesty's. This time, the information sent back should be very accurate. Long Houchen is leading a small but elite army. According to the scouts, there are more than 20 Type 9 powerhouses in this army, and their cultivation is not weak. It might even be a gathering of the upper echelons of the 6 major temples to gather such strength. Since that's the case, the human strongholds should be empty. Should we follow the original plan and attack the southeast stronghold?" The demon emperor narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "No, Long Houchen is trying to shake the foundation of our race. Now that the 6 northern provinces are in chaos, if we don't deal with it, I'm afraid it will endanger our rule. Long Houchen's shrewdness lies in not massacring, but destroying the economic lifelines of the 6 provinces, destroying and pillaging the capital. This will cause the 6 northern provinces' economy to suffer a fatal blow. Will the races there be at peace? They don't even need to make a move. Without a source of food, there will be internal strife. It won't be long before the north is in chaos. If we don't pacify it, the chaos will continue to spread south. If the area covered is too large while we are fighting at the front lines, the rear will be in chaos. In the end, it will be hard to say who will be the final victor. The North must be pacified, and it must be done quickly. Long Houchen's shrewdness lies in attacking the enemy's weak points, forcing us to submit. Moon Demon Agars nodded. Your Majesty, why don't I lead the Moon Devils? I'm confident that even if we can't kill Long Houchen, we can still force him and his troops back to the human territory. You can still act according to the original plan. As long as there's a crisis among the humans, Long Houchen won't submit. The Demon God Emperor lightly nodded and said, This is a method. With your prestige in the clan, suppressing the 6 northern provinces shouldn't be a big problem. As long as we plunder enough resources from the human side, the other problems will be easily solved. However, there is still one more problem that you haven't thought about. What if you can't stop Long Houchen and are defeated by him? Moon Demon Agars froze for a moment. Your Majesty, could it be that Long Houchen already has the strength to defeat me? The Demon God Emperor shook his head. He didn't. However, his cultivation is already not weak. Most importantly, he has 2 supreme God artifacts on him. The divine throne of eternity and creation is undoubtedly one of them, and he also has a shield. Back then, when he saved Yi Xiaolei, he used the power of the supreme God artifact on the shield to repel me. Otherwise, how could he have taken Yi Xiaolei away in front of me? If he has more than 20 Type 9 powerhouses by his side, including his Glimmer of Dawn monster hunters, then it won't be easy to deal with him. Furthermore, we still have 7 or 8 demon gods on the mainland. If we let him lead his army to attack, it won't just be our foundation that's unstable. Agars asked, What do you mean, Your Majesty? A cold glint flickered in the demon god Emperor's eyes as he said, I'll follow his wishes. Last time, he said that he wished to fight me and die by my hands. I gave him that glory, and this time, I'll bestow that glory on him again. Let's see if he can resurrect again. After saying this, the demon god Emperor returned to his throne and sat down. He said in a deep voice, Agars, pass on my orders. The Moon Demon Clan and the Star Demon Clan will send out half of their manpower. You will choose 20 demon gods to accompany you, as well as 200 clansmen of the 7th Step and above from Samanaga and Marbus. Tomorrow morning, follow me into battle, Pa. Father, Abao, who was standing at the side, hurried forward. Demon Emperor looked at him coldly. Follow me into battle. I'll assign 20 of my tribesmen to be the vanguard. We'll leave tonight. Your mission is to find the exact location of Long Houchen and his army. When we arrive, wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yes. The excitement in Abao's eyes could not be concealed, and he immediately knelt on one knee to receive the order. Demon Emperor said solemnly, I know, you've always wanted to kill Long Houchen with your own hands. These few years, your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. However, you're the vanguard. You can't be rash, nor can you engage Long Houchen rashly. Prioritize the bigger picture. If you're discovered by Long Houchen, you just need to lead your tribesmen to tie him down and report back at any time. Yes, Father. Abao bowed to Demon Emperor once again, then impatiently turned around and left. Watching Abao's departing figure, Agars couldn't help but say hesitantly, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is extremely ambitious. With him as the vanguard, I'm afraid he'll— Demon Emperor smiled indifferently. How can there be progress without setbacks? He's my son. Long Houchen can't kill him even if he wants to, so let him try his luck with Long Houchen. I want to see who's stronger. If it weren't for Long Houchen ruining my plans, I would have already passed the position of Demon Emperor to Abao. Hearing this, Agars was startled and immediately understood that His Highness the Crown Prince was much stronger than he appeared. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu continued, Call Samakina, Marbus, and Valefor over at the same time. Yes, Agars had already vaguely guessed the Demon Emperor's goal. He sighed inwardly and didn't say anything else. He quickly left the Demon Palace and passed on the order. Demon City had already been preparing for a long time. With the Demon Emperor's order, the entire Demon City was in a state of turmoil. 2 hours later, the 4th pillar of the demon race, the necromancy demonic god Samina, the fifth pillar, the hell demonic god Malbus, and the sixth pillar, the bear demonic god Valefor, excitedly walked out of the demon palace. As soon as Valefor walked out of the demon palace, he waved his arms and said, "Fourth brother, fifth brother, it seems that His Majesty trusts us the most, giving us such an important task. Ha! I wonder if Agars and Vasak are banging their heads against the wall in their own palaces right now." The 72 demon pillars of the demons were also divided into factions. Everyone knew that the moon demon and the star demon were on good terms, while the necromancer demon god, the hell demon god, and the bear demons had a closer relationship. In terms of overall strength, the demons, hell demons, and the bear demon under their command were stronger than the moon demons and the star demons. This was because their numbers weren't proportional, but their ranking was always lower. Samakina snorted and said, "What's there to be happy about? That's right, this is a good task, but we have to successfully attack the human fortress first. Don't think that the humans are easy to deal with. Moreover, His Majesty gave us such an important task, not because He trusts us more, but because He thinks that we can't threaten His rule at all." Valefor looked at Samina with a puzzled expression, revealing an inquiring expression. "Oh, demon god Marba X said, 'Fourth brother is right. Sixth brother, don't think that Agars and Vasak only have the strength of their own race. They're on good terms with many demon gods. In terms of overall strength, we are not their match at all. Moreover, Agars and Vasak's individual strength is the most important. If His Majesty has something to do and chooses anew, fifth brother, be careful with your words." Samakina glared at him, and Marbus immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Valefor asked curiously, "Is that Agars really that powerful? If I have the chance, I like to see how strong he is." Samakina said in a deep voice, "You don't have to try. If my information is accurate enough, then even the three of us together may not be Agars' match." What? This time, not only Valefor, but even Marbus was shocked. "Agars is actually this strong?" Marbus asked hoarsely. Samakina nodded and said, "He's only stronger than you think. Don't be fooled by how respectful he is in front of His Majesty. In fact, I have reliable information that Agars' cultivation is definitely above rank 7, or even at rank 8. Haven't you noticed? In the past 100 years, no matter where His Majesty goes, he will definitely bring Agars with him. It seems that he has the closest relationship with Second Brother, but in fact he is only guarding against Second Brother. Agars and Vashik will even pose a certain threat to His Majesty. The last time His Majesty wanted to force Vashik to death, he was ruthless. It was not just because of Austin Griffin. His Majesty really wanted to change to another star demon. Vashik's cultivation is not much lower than Agars's, and his great prophecy is too terrifying in battle. That day in the demon palace, Agars and Vashik's demon god pillars were not by their side. Otherwise, they might have even fought His Majesty to the death. In the end, His Majesty still failed to force Vashik to death. At that time, I noticed that when Vashik cast the life prophecy, His Majesty looked at Agars at least 5 times. It was clearly a wary look. Moreover, if I remember correctly, at the last moment of the life prophecy, as the caster, Vashik could cast a terrifying prophecy power to launch an attack. His Majesty was not necessarily not confident in dealing with the two of them, but he was not confident in escaping unscathed. That was why he saved Vashik's life at the last moment. Valefor's excitement completely vanished after hearing Samakina's words. He had always thought that although he was ranked 6th, his cultivation would not be too different from the few demon gods in front of him. After hearing Samakina's words, he realized that Agars and Vashik were actually so tyrannical. His confidence immediately dropped a lot. Samakina smiled and said, "You don't have to be discouraged. Many times, being too powerful is not necessarily a good thing. His Majesty's cultivation has reached a level that we can't imagine. His future goal is to become a god and then pass the throne to a Bao. Although a Bao's progress is very fast, he is still far from being comparable to Agars and Vashik. Do you understand?" Marbus and Valefor's eyes suddenly lit up when they heard this. Seeing that they understood, Samakina smiled and said, "Maybe our ranking will change when the time comes." "Well, let's go. No matter what, we must first complete the task given by His Majesty. This is a good job. The wealth of mankind is waving at us." Whether it was the Temple Federation or the demons, there was already an undercurrent surging. An unprecedented war was in the silence before the outbreak. Just as Samakina and the other two were discussing, a bow had already set off with 20 powerhouses of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, heading north at the fastest speed. This is a good idea. With only the few of us, it will be much easier to advance or retreat. Lin Xin said with some excitement. Long Haochen nodded and said, "Pass the order. Hanyu, you return with the army and prepare to meet us at the border outside the dragon-resisting pass." "Yes." Hanyu immediately got up and left. They had just finished destroying the capital of the 7th province in the north of the demons. The Sharp Blade Corps had also finished gathering here. For the past 7 days, the Sharp Blade Corps could be said to have been moving nonstop, fighting in the north. They were like a strong wind. Everywhere they went, they were like a hot knife cutting through butter. But in terms of time, the demons must have already made their move. If they continued to go deeper, they would have to attack the south, and the possibility of encountering reinforcements from the demons was much higher. Therefore, after Long Haochen discussed with his companions, they decided to let the Sharp Blade Corps withdraw to the dragon-resisting pass first, while he, the Light of Dawn, and the Eternal Hero continued to attack the next province of the demons. The people who stayed behind were all Stage 9 powerhouses. No matter what happened, at least they could guarantee the speed of retreat. Even if they didn't encounter reinforcements from the demons, the next target would be the last battle to lure the enemy. Rest here for an hour, then set off for the Gala province. The Gala province was located in the north-central part of the demons. Although it was still very far from the central province, it was already parallel to the Magic Temple's Jialing Pass. It was also not close to the dragon-resisting pass. At this time, they were in a call 100 miles away from the capital of the Demons Province. Although there were many ordinary soldiers in the provinces to the north of the demons, it could be said that there were almost none that could pose a threat to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to march straight in and destroy the capital of 6 provinces in such a short period of time. According to the news from the rear, the demons' garrison outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass had already mobilized 100,000 troops to encircle and suppress them. However, they didn't have a demon god to command them, so it was clear that it was just for show. If they really encountered them, the one who would be defeated would be the other side. The reason why Long Haochen had Hanyu lead the Vanguard Legion to retreat was to find an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the demon's army, thereby further reducing the pressure on the Exorcist Mountain Pass. The Exorcist Mountain Pass was currently the weakest of the 6 impregnable passes of humanity. Almost half of the manpower had been secretly transferred away, but there were still 9 eternal heroes overseeing it. Although the garrison outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass had more troops than the dragon-resisting pass, their strength was far inferior to the 200,000 demons that Long Haochen and the others had defeated outside the dragon-resisting pass. The Vanguard Legion was made up of humanity's true elites, and with the addition of Hanyu, the Knight of the Seal, leading them, they simply didn't need to fear their opponents. Long Haochen, who was pondering the following countermeasures, as well as determining the Demon Emperor's possible movements, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the southeast with a slightly puzzled gaze. Although Xiao Hua and Shu Yongzhao's cultivation was higher than his, in terms of spiritual power, he was still the most powerful among them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most powerful among humanity. Being in the hinterland of the demons, Long Haochen always maintained vigilance. His spiritual powers detection range exceeded a diameter of 10 li, and any movement would be immediately discovered. There's a demons coming towards us. Their strength isn't weak, at least at the 8th rank. Long Haochen frowned slightly. Me? Kai? Or looked at Long Haochen with an inquisitive expression. Long Haochen shook his head and said, "There's no need. We'll just wait for them to come over. They're coming straight towards us, so it's obvious that they've discovered us." Since they dare to come after us alone, they must have something up their sleeves. They probably aren't here to fight us." As he said that, a smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "If I'm not wrong, these demons are most likely the ones I've been waiting for." The other party came very quickly. In less than 10 minutes after entering Long Houchen's spiritual detection range, they had already appeared at the top of the mountain beside the colonel. As they were in the call, Long Houchen and the others weren't very well hidden. When the demons saw them, they immediately leaped down and raised their hands at the same time, showing that they weren't hostile. Very soon, they were close. From a figure, it was actually a woman. Her entire body was covered in black, including her head. No one could see her appearance clearly. "Stop!" Yang Wenjiao stood up at the periphery and held the heavy sword in his hand horizontally, blocking the female demon's path. The person in black stopped in her tracks and said, "I have no ill intentions. Long Houchen, you're really still alive." As she spoke, the person in black lifted her hand and took off the black hood on her head. Although Long Houchen had already guessed the purpose of the demons that suddenly appeared, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the person in front of him. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes as he said, "Why did you come personally?" The person standing in front of Yang Wenjiao was dressed in black. Wasn't she the most beloved daughter of the moon demon Agars of the 72 demons, the princess of the moon demons, Yu Yi? After 5 years, Yi didn't seem to have changed much. The lifespan of high-level demons was much longer than that of humans. To her, 5 years didn't leave any traces of the passage of time. However, her eyes looked calmer, and her cultivation was much stronger than before. She was at least at the peak of the 8th stage, close to the standard of the 9th stage. "If I didn't come personally, how could I gain your trust?" Yu Yi had a bitter look on her face, and her eyes were slightly disappointed. 5 years had passed, and many things had changed. However, the deepest shadow in her heart had never changed. When she received the news that Long Houchen had died in battle, she was immersed in deep sorrow for a whole month. She knew very well that the news she brought to Long Houchen had become part of the Demon Emperor's trap. Not long ago, when she received the news that Long Houchen was not dead, the first thing she felt was disbelief. She couldn't believe that Long Houchen could come back to life after the Demon Emperor confirmed his death. It was difficult for her to describe her feelings at that time. She didn't know whether she should be happy or vigilant. But she came in the end, and she came to Long Houchen. 5 years had passed, and she and he were almost separated forever. Now that they met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. In Long Houchen's eyes, Yi hadn't changed much, but in her eyes, Long Houchen had changed dramatically. He had more dignity and nobility than before, and he was also more mature. The original immaturity had completely disappeared. Just by standing there, he gave people the feeling that he was the core of heaven and earth. It was this human, who was less than 30 years old, who had become a big problem for the Demon Emperor. Suddenly, Yui felt a little proud. The man she fell in love with was so extraordinary. Kai, unknowingly came to Long Houchen's side. She didn't say anything else, just stood there quietly, looking at Yu Yi. Yu Yi woke up from her gaze with Long Houchen, and a touch of sadness quietly spread from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she knew that there would never be a real intersection between them. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her emotions, and her eyes became firm. "Long Houchen, are you still willing to believe me?" Without waiting for Long Houchen to speak, Sima Xian said in a low voice, "How do you want us to believe you? If it weren't for your information, how could we have fallen into the Demon Emperor's trap? If it weren't for our good luck, we would have been completely wiped out." Yui nodded silently and said, "Yes, that time, whether it was you or me, we were all victims of the Demon Emperor's plan. If you want revenge, then come. Long Houchen, you have 2 choices now. One is to kill me and take revenge for what happened last time, and the other is to believe me again." Yi was sizing up Long Houchen, and Long Houchen was also sizing her up. It wasn't that he didn't suspect Yu Yi, but this suspicion wasn't deep. After Long Houchen was resurrected, he carefully pondered over the process of falling into the Demon Emperor's trap. This process made him feel very strange, because he couldn't imagine how the Demon Emperor calculated that he would inevitably arrive at Demon City. As for Yu Yi, before he went to Demon City, she simply didn't know where he and his companions would go. And after he communicated with her, she quickly took action. And at that time, in their understanding, the Demon Emperor was still far away outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Even if Yu Yi wanted to inform the Demon Emperor, it was absolutely too late. Therefore, Long Haochen didn't suspect that Yu Yi was deceiving him. It could only be said that Yu Yi was also kept in the dark by the Demon Emperor. If you have something to say, then say it, Long Haochen said lightly. He didn't show that he continued to believe Yu Yi, nor did he blame her for what happened last time. Yu Yi looked at the increasingly mature Long Haochen and said, "You must have felt very strange about what happened last time. Why was the Demon Emperor able to grasp your whereabouts so accurately?" "I can tell you the answer now. It's because of the Star Demon's Great Prophecy Technique. The Star Demon's Great Prophecy Technique not only predicted that you would be a huge threat to the future of the demons, but also predicted that that was the only opportunity to deal with you. He could even feel the method and process of dealing with you through the Great Prophecy Technique, calculating when you would definitely appear in the Star Demon Tower. And everything the Demon Emperor did before that was to make you lower your guard. In this matter, only the Demon Emperor and the Star Demon know the specific situation. Even my father doesn't know." Long Haochen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. He nodded and said, "So that's how it is, then no wonder." Seeing that Long Haochen believed her a little, Yu Ye's heart also relaxed a little. She said, "Do you still remember the cooperation I proposed? Now that you are the president of the Temple Federation, you have more authority among humans. I came this time to continue our cooperation." Long Haochen said, "So, you think we can defeat the Demon Emperor?" Yu Yi shook her head and said, "No, in terms of strength, I'm still not optimistic about you. But we are willing to take a gamble because this may be the only chance. Once you are defeated by the Demon Emperor, then at least for the next few thousand years, humans will not have any chance to counterattack. Moreover, the Star Demon Vashik's Great Prophecy Technique predicted that the last time was the only chance for the Demon Emperor to deal with you, and you did not die that time, which will be an important turning point for the decline of the demons. The Star Demon's Great Prophecy Technique has always been accurate, which is also one of the reasons why we are willing to gamble." Long Haochen said, "I need to see your sincerity." Yu Yi nodded and said, "Of course, the Demon Emperor has ordered the Necromancer Demon God Samakina, the Hell Demon God Marbus, and the Bear Veilfar to lead more than 30 demon gods to attack the Southeast Stronghold and the Wanshou Pass, in order to break through the obstacles of the stronghold and infiltrate the human territory to fight. At the same time, the Demon Emperor has ordered a Bao to be the vanguard, leading 20 demon gods on the way, while he himself is leading most of the Moon Devils and Star Demons elites, as well as 20 demon gods and the entire heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan. A conservative estimate is that there are more than 200 of them at the 9th Order and 1,000 of them at the 8th Order and above. Based on the time and the degree of hatred a Bao has for you, he should be able to cross the Kiara province and arrive here in half a day at most. The main force of the Demon Emperor and the rest will be about 8 hours behind him." After listening to Yu Ye's words, the Light of Dawn monster hunters couldn't help but be shocked. One reason was that Long Haochen had predicted the enemy's movements, and the Demon Emperor had indeed divided his forces into two. The other reason was the terrifying strength that the Demon Emperor had brought. More than 20 demon gods fighting against the humans at the same time was something that had never happened in the past 1,000 years. Moreover, there were experts from the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, Moon Devils, and Star Demons. What kind of terrifying strength was this? It was almost 10 times their current strength. It was evident how powerful the demons were. What surprised them even more was that Yu Yi didn't hesitate to give them accurate information, especially the time of the enemy's arrival. This could be said to be crucial to their next move. On the battlefield, many times an accurate piece of military information was equivalent to a victory. Yu Yi didn't even discuss the conditions, and just said all this. If what she said was true, then although the Demon Emperor was powerful, they could always find a way to deal with it. However, To the surprise of everyone and Yu Yi, Long Haochen said calmly, "I still don't see your sincerity." Yu Yi was stunned at first, and then said with some annoyance, "This is still not enough? What else do you want? Do you think I'm lying to you? I can guarantee with my life that everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can put a restriction on me until the information is confirmed. If the information is false, you can do whatever you want to me." Long Haochen shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't believe your information, but it's just information. It's not enough sincerity. You are an organization, not just you. I also believe that after so many years of development, the strength of your organization should be quite considerable and should have a certain amount of influence in the demons. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me with such confidence. Am I right? The sincerity I need to see is the sincerity of your organization, not just you. Therefore, I want to know who the real leader of your organization is. If you're willing to tell me, then I believe that our cooperation will be established." After Long Haochen led the Dagger Legion into the demons' territory, the troops were divided into 6 groups, and the capital of the 6 northern provinces of the demons were severely damaged, but they did not kill too much. He wanted to put on a show for Yu Ye's organization, and was waiting for the other party to contact him. However, he did not expect that it would be Yu Yi, who had been missing for a long time in the demons, coming in person. After listening to Long Haochen's words, Yu Ye's face suddenly looked a little pale, because she suddenly felt that the distance between her and Long Haochen seemed to have widened. It was completely based on interests, and his eyes were so calm when he looked at her. A touch of sadness quietly spread in her heart. Yes, he and I will not have any intersection. Isn't the relationship between me and him just based on interests? Yu Yi understood that although Long Haochen's death last time was not because of her, that incident also made Long Haochen and his team have a strong dissatisfaction with her. She guessed it right. Long Haochen did not blame her, and he also knew that it was not her information that went wrong. However, after all, it was because of her information that the entire light of Dawn monster hunters were in danger. The real reason why Long Haochen hated her was the pain that Kai Er had endured in the Tower of Eternity to resurrect him. Every night, when Long Haochen recalled Kai Er's experience in the Tower of Eternity, he would feel so distressed that he could not breathe. It was normal for him to vent his anger on Yu Yi. He was already very rational. For the sake of the Temple League's plan to defeat the demons, he did not blame Yu Yi. Looking at Yu Yi, who was standing there in contemplation, Long Haochen was not anxious at all. He had the patience to wait. Yu Yi coming in person was actually very sincere. However, for their organization, the biggest secret was undoubtedly who the leader of the organization was. Yu Yi had once revealed that the leader was a demon god. However, demon gods were also very different. The lower-ranked demon god's cultivation was even lower than an adult heaven-defying demon dragon. The higher the ranking, the higher the status among the demons, which also meant that Yu Ye's organization was stronger. Long Haochen was not sure whether Yu Yi would tell him this news. If Yu Yi still chose to deny it in the end, he would still cooperate with her organization. If Yu Yi told him, then the cooperation would naturally be closer. Chapter 285. Yu Ye's contemplation lasted for a quarter of an hour before she raised her head again. Looking at Long Haochen, she suddenly said, "I can tell you, but I can only tell you, and you must promise that only you will know. You can't tell anyone else, even if it's your best friend or even your wife." As she said that, she looked at Kai Er with a slightly provocative gaze. Kai Er calmly responded to her gaze, as if she didn't mind at all. "Okay, I promise you." Long Haochen didn't think too much and nodded. Yu Ye's identity as the leader of the organization was very important to him. It was related to the series of arrangements he would make in the future. Yu Yi slowly walked towards Long Haochen. This time, Yang Wenjiao didn't stop her. She walked until she was only 3 meters away from Long Haochen. Unexpectedly, she was still walking forward. Long Haochen couldn't help but frown. At this distance, it shouldn't be a problem for you to transmit your voice, right? Yu Yi shook her head and said, "This matter is very important. Your companion's strength isn't bad. I'm afraid that they will eavesdrop on us." As she said that, she had already arrived at Long Haochen's side and moved closer to his ear. Although Long Haochen was a little embarrassed, this matter was very important. He couldn't care less about anything else. Yuya's breath smelled like orchids. Her body exuded a faint fragrance. Perhaps because she was rushing at full speed, her body's fragrance was a little stronger than before. Long Haochen slightly moved away, but Yi immediately caught up. She grabbed his arm with both hands and pulled his body lower. Then, she whispered something in his ear. What? It's actually him? After listening to Yu Ye's words, Long Haochen was shocked. At this time, Yu Yi suddenly kissed his earlobe and quickly retreated. Her movements were very fast, but how could Kair, who was standing at the side, not see her and Long Haochen? She suddenly became angry and said, Yu Yi quickly retreated 10 meters and said to Kair, What about me? You've already occupied his life. What's wrong with me kissing him? I like him. Kair's face suddenly became gloomy. Her sharp eyes made Yu Ye's heart tighten. She subconsciously retreated a few steps. She could clearly feel the strong, killing intent bursting out of Kair. By this time, Long Haochen had recovered from the shock. His earlobe was numb and numb. He couldn't describe the feeling, but he had no time to be embarrassed because the answer given by Yu Yi just now was too shocking. He naturally put his arm around Kair's slender waist and said to Yu Yi, You can go now. We'll start a full cooperation from now on. The first thing I need is information from your organization, not only from us, but also from the demon army's attack on Wanshou Pass and Southeast Fortress. I'll keep my promise. If we can defeat the demons in the end, then I'll leave a coastal province for your organization as your residence. You'll be allowed to govern yourselves for 500 years. Such a long time is enough for you to be completely assimilated. Yu Yi smiled and said, Now that you believe me, how can I believe your promise? Kair couldn't stand it anymore. She shouted angrily, Long Haochen is a man of his word. When did he go back on his word? Yu Yi ignored her and just looked at Long Haochen. Long Haochen said in a deep voice, What do you want? Yu Yi smiled and said, It's very simple. She pointed to her pink cheek and said, Kiss me, and I'll believe you. You. Kair's anger rose, and she was about to flare up, but she was held tightly by Long Haochen. Normally, Kair was very calm, but Yu Ye's provocation today had touched the bottom line in her heart. Although she trusted Long Haochen completely, Yu Ye's appearance was not inferior to hers. Moreover, she was teasing Long Haochen to the extreme. This made her extremely angry. Long Haochen hugged Kair tightly. His eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, You can leave. The cooperation is over. Yu Yi was stunned and said, You're willing to disregard the future of the Temple Federation for her? You're not a qualified leader for doing this. Long Haochen said indifferently, For Kair, I'm even willing to give up my own beliefs. Moreover, without your organization, do you think we can't fight against the Demon Emperor? Cooperation is mutually beneficial. Without cooperation, there's no promise. If you're willing to choose the path of destruction, I have no reason to stop you. Kair's tense body softened. She lowered her head slightly and looked at Long Haochen apologetically. She looked like a bullied wife and no longer had the anger from before. Yu Ye's eyes clearly showed a trace of disappointment, but the smile on her face did not diminish. She said, All right, you're considerate. I was just joking. I believe in your sincerity. I have to rush back immediately. Our people will keep in touch with you. Be careful of Bao. His strength is already worlds apart from before. Moreover, I heard that the Demon Emperor even gave him some powerful equipment. With that said, she turned and floated away. Soon, she disappeared on the other side of the colonel. What no one saw was that as she left with her back facing Long Haochen, Yu Ye's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Kair whispered softly in Long Haochen's ear, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Long Haochen tightened his grip on her hand and said, What are you saying sorry for? Both of them smiled at each other. Everything turned into a gentle breeze and drizzle, nourishing each other's hearts. Shuyong Xiao rolled her eyes at Long Haochen. She snorted coldly and said, Xiaolong, there are many temptations in this world. You're in a high position, you must guard your heart. Kair, you must watch him closely. Kair's face turned slightly red. I believe in him. Long Houchin coughed lightly and said, Yuye's news is very timely. We need to redeploy our plans. Since a Bao is about to arrive with the vanguard, we need to give him a head-on blow. The Demon Emperor, sending him as the vanguard, is undoubtedly to find our position. This battle is unavoidable. We need to buy enough time for Han Yu and the rest to retreat. Xiao was said. This time, the Demon Emperor did not come with good intentions. The ones he brought with him are the demon's strongest elites. With more than 200 Ninth Order experts, with our current strength, it's hard to resist. Should we call our companions back to the dragon-resisting pass? Long Houchin shook his head and said, We can't. The demon army's attack on the Wanshou Pass and the southeast fort has yet to be confirmed. We can't be the first to fall into chaos. First, we need to deal with a Bao's vanguard. Then we need to clash with the Demon Emperor. Only by understanding the gap between me and the Demon Emperor can we formulate our next plan better. Long Houchin did not say it clearly, but Xiaohua could see that Long Houchin already had a plan in mind. Xiaohua did not say anything and only nodded, saying, We can only take one step at a time. A Bao. A cold light flashed in Long Houchin's eyes. He had fought with a Bao twice. The second time was especially memorable. It happened to coincide with the awakening of Kai Er's favored. Because of a Bao's attack, Kai Er was almost injured, and if not for Yi Xiaolei, who knows what would have happened in the end. But this time, it was obviously different from the first time. The black figures drew a black arc in the air. Because their speed was too fast, even if they were thousands of meters away, they still left faint afterimages in the air. A Bao's eyes narrowed, a flame burning in his chest. 5 years. It had been more than 5 years. He had waited for this day for too long. Demon Emperor's advice to him had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Now, he only wanted to fight with Long Houchin head-on. He wanted to prove that he was stronger and more outstanding than Long Houchin. In his heart, it was not only because Long Houchin had once defeated him, but also because of the hatred of Yu Yi for breaking the engagement and stealing his wife on Long Houchin. It could be said that Long Houchin was a Bao's most important enemy in this life. If he did not defeat Long Houchin, he would not be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. A black figure suddenly flew from the front, heading towards a Bao and the others. Crown Prince. When the two sides met, the black figure suddenly stopped, then immediately flew in the opposite direction and caught up with the Bao's team. Moreover, the speed of the entire team did not decrease at all. Any news? A Bao asked coldly. The black figure was a strong man in black. Under his thick eyebrows, there was a pair of purple-black eyes. He looked to be in his 40s, with dark skin and a fierce face. Compared to the Moon Devils, the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan was more powerful, but in terms of appearance, they were not as handsome as the Moon Devils. According to the news we received, the capital of Tianluo Province, Tianluo City, was attacked just 6 hours ago. The capital was severely damaged, the granary was burned, and many mineral resources were looted. I continued to follow them for a while. About 10,000 human soldiers are advancing towards the north at a very fast speed. It seems that they have a premonition that we will come and have the intention to retreat. A fierce light flashed in Bao's eyes. He waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, You lead the way. Chase. Found it. Bao clenched his fist fiercely, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The target had appeared. He seemed to have sensed that Long Houchin was close at hand. After waiting for 5 years, Bao was finally about to face him. Although he was excited, he was also a little nervous. However, his confidence in himself did not waver. Faith was the foundation to defeat the opponent. If he was afraid before the battle, he had already lost half of the battle. The sky was a little dark at this time, and the evening red clouds left a touch of red in the sky. The afterglow of the setting sun looked gentle and peaceful, which was a sharp contrast to the ferocity in Bao's heart. Long Houchin. This name kept echoing in Bao's heart. Under his command, the 20 heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan members accelerated and chased towards the north. These 20 members of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan looked to be between 30 to 40 years old. Their faces were cold, and most of them looked ferocious. However, there was a vague sense of strength exuding from within. They were all members of Demon Emperor's Black Dragon Guard, and also the backbone of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan. This time, in order to deal with Long Houchin, Demon Emperor had mobilized all the main forces of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan. Perhaps due to the individual strength of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, it was very difficult for them to reproduce. There were only a little over 100 clansmen, and, excluding the old and young, there were about 80 adult heaven-defying demon dragons. However, the lifespan of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan was very long, up to 1,000 years. Therefore, they could stay in their prime for a longer period of time. Although there weren't many of them, every adult heaven-defying demonic dragon was a powerhouse of the ninth step, and all of them could transform into humans. Adding their powerful heaven-defying demonic dragon bodies, their external spiritual energy exceeded 100,000. On the battlefield, the demon god Emperor's Black Dragon Guards were the symbol of invincibility. All of a sudden, Abao felt his heart skip a beat. It was a strange feeling, and he subconsciously slowed down as the Black Dragon Guard also slowed down. "Your Highness," the commander of the Black Dragon Guard, Huang Shuo, called out in surprise. Demon Emperor was very clear about his son's temperament. Although Abao had become more stable as he grew older, it was hard to say if this operation concerned Long Houchin. Therefore, Demon Emperor Feng Xiu had specially sent Huang Shuo to accompany Abao. It was not only because Huang Shuo's cultivation was strong, but more importantly, it was because of his steady character. With him assisting Abao, he would be able to adapt to any situation. Abao spoke in a low voice. "My heartbeat just changed." Huang Shuo was shocked. Abao had inherited the royal bloodline of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan. His heartbeat changing was a warning sign. "Stop!" Huang Shuo raised his hand, and at the same time, he and Abao slowed down. The heaven-defying demon dragons following behind also slowed down and came to a stop. Abao narrowed his eyes, and, at the same time, he fully released his spiritual force, raising his perception to the highest level. As his spiritual force spread, he explored the surrounding situation. Although he was eager to fight with Long Houchin, he was, after all, a direct descendant of the Demon Emperor. He was born with powerful ruling power and wisdom. The appearance of the warning sign also awakened him from his inner world. Huang Shuo came behind Abao and pressed his right hand on his back. Suddenly, the spiritual force of the two powerhouses merged into one, and they explored further. However, they still did not feel any movement. Did I sense it wrong? Abao looked at Huang Shuo with some doubt. Huang Shuo said in a low voice, "It's better to be cautious. Everyone, stay vigilant at all times." At this moment, a black light suddenly emerged from the back of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon team. It came out of thin air, and with a flash, it pierced the back of the head of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon at the back of the team. If it were an ordinary Type 9 powerhouse, they would have died before they could even make a sound. However, the heaven-defying Demon Dragons were the strongest race among the demons. The moment the back of the head was pierced, the Black Dragon Guard screamed in pain, and his body lunged forward while releasing a powerful dark force. The black light flashed and disappeared in the air again, as if it had never appeared. The sudden change instantly made the atmosphere extremely tense. All the Black Dragon Guards reacted immediately and quickly formed a circle, surrounding the heaven-defying Demon Dragon and Abao in the center. Everyone faced outwards. At the same time, a strong dark aura burst forth, instantly turning the area within a radius of several hundred square meters black. Not even the slightest spatial fluctuation could escape the detection of their dark aura. Huang Shuo had already grabbed the Black Dragon Guard who was attacked. Although the guard immediately retaliated after receiving the attack, the enemy's attack was too strong. It was from the lower part of the head, above the back of the neck. The head of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon was the hardest part of the body, and only the bones at the back of the neck were slightly thinner. The enemy clearly knew this, so he chose to attack this position. With just a touch, Huang Shuo could feel that the stab had penetrated deep into the brain of the Black Dragon Guard. There was still a thick, murderous aura at the edge of the wound, and there was no blood flowing out. This clansman was done for. Huang Shua's expression became extremely unsightly. He only had a few dozen Black Dragon Praetorian guards under his command, and every single one of them was a direct descendant of the Black Dragon clan. They were all true experts, but one of them had died in such an inexplicable manner. Since when did the humans have such a powerful assassin? Abao's eyes flashed coldly, but he was not angry. However, a chill still rose from his back. Just now, he and Huang Shua had already tried their best to scan the area in all directions, but the enemy was so close, yet they still couldn't discover him. One could imagine how terrifying this assassin's strength was. If he hadn't stopped in time and was surrounded by other Black Dragon Praetorian guards, perhaps that attack would have landed on him. Could he have avoided it? Abao could not give himself a definite answer. A purplish-black light began to emit from his chest, and then a thick layer of scales began to spread from his chest, covering his whole body in an instant. The other Black Dragon guards were the same, but the scales on Abao's body were much thicker than those of the other Black Dragon guards. On top of his head, a pair of curved horns extended, and his aura was extremely strong. This assassin could not be discovered by us, launch a fatal blow at close range, and escape unscathed. His cultivation must be above the 9th Order level 5. But since when did the humans have a 9th Order level 5 assassin? Huang Shua said in a deep voice. Because of his anger, his hands were trembling slightly. One of his clansmen had died. That was 1% of the heaven-defying demon dragon strength. What would the demon emperor think of him? Abao said, now is not the time to analyze whether the humans should have such a strong expert. The enemy has appeared. Everyone, be careful. At this moment, the nervousness in his heart had actually decreased a bit. With so many Black Dragon Imperial guards on full alert, even a demon god emperor wouldn't be able to get close without being discovered. Moreover, after using the dragon body armor, their defensive power had greatly increased. This dragon body armor's defensive power was comparable to a human's epic grade armor, and it was the most powerful self-defense ability of the heaven-defying demonic dragons. Huang Shua first put the corpse of his clansman into a storage magic tool, then said in a deep voice, the assassin has already left. He retreated after a single strike. What a super assassin. Crown Prince, I'm afraid we're in trouble. I suggest we rest here and wait for His Majesty's army to arrive. Otherwise, we can't be on guard all the time. Once we give the enemy a chance, he will definitely attack again. Abao shook his head and said, no, we are the vanguard. Not only did we fail to stop Long Houchin and the others, we haven't even figured out their specific movements. If we stop like this, what's the point of us being the vanguard? Everyone, be careful and continue on our way. Huang Shua also knew that the possibility of him persuading Abao to stay was not high. However, one of his clansmen had already died. If the assassin appeared again and killed one or two more clansmen, the demon emperor would definitely be furious. Seeing Huang Shua's hesitant expression, Abao frowned slightly and said, Commander Huang, are you afraid? A trace of anger flashed in Huang Shua's eyes as he said, of course I'm not afraid. However, Your Highness, every one of our clansmen is the most precious treasure for His Majesty and you in the future. I don't wish for them to take risks. Abao coldly snorted and said, I know that a powerful assassin hiding in the dark is very dangerous. However, if we cower because of this, we will only fall into the enemy's trap. If I'm not wrong, Long Houchin left this assassin here to delay our pursuit so that his subordinates can have a chance to escape. Their attack has already reached Tianluo province. It's obvious that they have been in a constant state of battle for the past few days. The army is already exhausted. We absolutely cannot let go of this opportunity. Moreover, that assassin has already killed one of our clansmen. Only by continuing forward can we lure him out and avenge our clansmen. Huang Shua frowned and said, I reserve my opinion. Abao unyieldingly said, Your duty is only to assist me. Don't forget that I'm a commander of the vanguard. Continue forward and maintain the defense of the dragon armor. As he spoke, he left the circle in a flash and continued to fly forward. Although Huang Shuo had a different opinion from Bao, he could only lead the Black Dragon guards to follow after him when he saw that Bao was really going to continue forward. All of a sudden, Bao, who had just flown out, stopped in the air and looked ahead. When Huang Shuo saw that he had stopped, he thought that he had sensed the presence of the assassin again. He hurriedly came to his side. At the same time, a layer of pitch-black light spread out, causing the place where he and Bao were standing to look like a black hole. This was Huang Shuo's domain. He wasn't attacked, but his eyes were looking straight toward a certain direction. Huang Shuo followed his eyes and looked over, and his pupils instantly shrank intensely. In the distance, a white speck of light floated quietly in the air. If one looked at it casually, it would just be a speck of light. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that it was a human sitting on a chair. Before Huang Shuo could speak, Bao let out a deep roar. The next moment, a purplish-black flame spurted out from his back, and he rushed thousands of meters away in an instant. The figure floating in the air was getting closer and closer. He was dressed in a white outfit, and his handsome face was even incomparable to the moon demon Agar's. His hands were placed on the left and right armrests of the huge throne. Under his left hand was a dragon head, and under his right hand was a 12-winged angel. A white light enveloped him and the huge throne like a white ball of light. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Long Haochen looked at the rapidly approaching Bao and said with a smile. His voice wasn't loud, but every Black Dragon Praetorian guard could hear him clearly. He stopped when he was 200 meters away from Long Haochen. The calmness that he had shown before had completely disappeared. He clenched his fists so hard that popping sound could be heard. All of his muscles and bones seemed to be expanding. "It's been 5 years since we last met. How are you, Your Highness?" Long Haochen sat on the eternal and creator throne of God, and he had no intention of getting up. "Good? I'm very good, thanks to you." Bao's voice was cold and deep. Behind him, the purplish-black light was constantly increasing, rising in a fan shape. That was his strong fighting spirit. Long Haochen smiled faintly and said, "I know you were not convinced by your defeat back then. Today, I will make sure you are convinced." Bao said coldly, "I don't understand why my father values you so much, but I believe that if I bring your dead body to him, he will be very happy." Long Haochen said, "Emperor Mi has already killed me once. If you're really capable, then please." The purple light in Bao's eyes intensified. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by Huang Shuo. "Get out of the way," Bao shouted angrily. Huang Shuo said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, he is definitely not alone here. Don't be fooled. We don't know where the hidden killer is. We have to be careful. His Majesty said that we don't have to fight Long Haochen with all our strength. As long as we can stall him, our mission will be accomplished. Get out of the way." Bao's cold voice was heard again. This time, a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The purplish-black light behind him had completely condensed into the shape of a huge purplish-black dragon's head. Huang Shuo's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively moved to the side. Bao did not rush towards Long Haochen immediately. He stared coldly at the person he regarded as his greatest opponent in his life and said in a deep voice, "Long Haochen, it has been 5 years since we last met. I know that the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters must be nearby. However, this is a battle between you and me. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Long Haochen finally stood up from the throne of God of eternity and creation. He looked at Bao and nodded seriously. "You are right. This is a battle between us, one-on-one." "One-on-one," Bao roared. His body instantly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had already grown to over 3 meters tall. As his muscles expanded rapidly, the dragon armor on his body also expanded rapidly. Purplish-black spikes constantly protruded from his joints. The 2 horns on his head also had a spiral pattern. A purplish-red halo appeared beneath Bao's feet. His aura instantly rose to its peak. The tyrannical aura caused the Black Dragon guards behind him to subconsciously retreat by dozens of meters. The aura of the heaven-defying demon dragon on Bao's body was what they feared the most. At this moment, In the distant sky, figures appeared one after another from different directions. They were more than 1,000 meters away from the central area. There was a total of 9 of them. They surrounded the area from afar. Huang Shuo immediately saw Kai, who was holding the Grim Reaper scythe. It's her? The assassin just now was her? As the commander of the Black Dragon Guards, Huang Shuo was not only the most trusted clansman of the Demon Emperor, but also the strongest member of the Black Dragon Guards. His perception was also very strong. With just a glance, he could immediately sense who was the strongest member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Kai, or his cultivation, was clearly not much weaker than his. It was very likely that she had broken through to the 9th Order Level 5. Furthermore, she was also an assassin. 2 against 1, go. Huang Shuo growled and gave the order to attack. The number of Light of Dawn Monster Hunters had increased, but this made Huang Shuo feel relieved. The demon's upper echelons were aware of the performance of Long Haochen and his monster hunters in the temple tournament. Therefore, the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters were listed as the most dangerous opponents. Huang Shuo naturally knew about them. Now that all the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters had appeared, and Long Haochen had said that he would challenge the Crown Prince to a duel, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity to deal with the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. However, to be on the safe side, he did not make a move in the end and stood guard not far from a bow. The 18 Black Dragon Praetorian Guards turned into 18 Black Lights and rushed in 9 different directions at the same time. Their figures were like lightning, and as they flew, their bodies also expanded against the wind. Each of them had a weapon in their hands, and unexpectedly, all of them were epic grade dark attribute equipment. The 9 members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters turned around and ran without hesitation, instantly increasing the distance between them and Long Haochen. Huang Shuo's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that they want to split up and destroy them? However, besides Long Haochen and the others in the dragon-resisting pass, only the Knight of the Seal could pose a threat to his clansmen. Moreover, it was in a one-on-one situation. But why would they all come here? No, this was impossible. The Knights Templars must be guarded by a Knight of the Seal. Huang Shuo's calm personality made him immediately change his order. He ordered all the Black Dragon Praetorian Guards to maintain a distance of no more than 50 kilometers, and if they encountered a powerful enemy attack, they were to immediately send a signal for help. Just as he was arranging all these, Huang Shuo suddenly felt a chill behind him. He rushed forward almost without hesitation, and, at the same time, his body rotated rapidly in the air. He raised his right hand, and a pitch-black saber slashed behind him as if it really cut through the air. A black light also appeared in the air silently, and just happened to hit the tip of his saber. Ding! With a crisp sound, Huang Shuo felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently, and he only felt an ice-cold aura instantly enter his body through the long saber in his hand. Although his long saber was also a treasure, and it filtered a lot of that ice-cold aura, that seemingly solid chill still invaded his body, and in the next moment, it exploded. Murderous aura. There is actually an assassin who can force murderous aura into my body? Huang Shuo turned pale with fright, and at the same time, he fully unleashed his domain. As the strongest of the Black Dragon Guards, he had a unique way of controlling his domain. He didn't spread his domain outwards, but instantly formed a layer of black protective shield to cover himself. The black shield was like a black crystal eggshell, firmly protecting Huang Shuo within it. After the black light launched the attack, it quietly disappeared into the air. Cold sweat flowed down Huang Shuo's forehead. It wasn't Kai Air. The assassin just now was definitely not the Kai Air who lured his clansmen away, but it was definitely an existence that killed one of his clansmen in a second. Her assassination was too terrifying. If it wasn't for Huang Shuo's instinctive reaction that made him rush forward at the first instance, he was afraid that the opponent would have succeeded in the sneak attack. Even so, his whole body was still raging with that ice-cold, murderous aura, not only from the long saber, but also from the back of his head. After he released his domain, he only felt a chill at the back of his head. Obviously, If he had moved even half a beat slower, he would have undoubtedly died. What terrified him the most was the assassin's mysteriousness. After the attack, she didn't stop and didn't continue to attack. She just broke through the space and disappeared. He couldn't sense the assassin's position at all. How could such an opponent not make him shudder? For a moment, he couldn't care less about the other 18 clansmen. He focused his attention on sensing the minute changes in his surroundings, constantly changing his position in the air in fear that the assassin would strike again. No matter what, his life was the most important. The battle between Long Haochen and Abao had already begun long before Huang Shuo was attacked. A purple greatsword appeared in Abao's hand. This purple greatsword looked very special, because the light it was flashing was actually a gradual change that Long Haochen had never seen before. A gradual change of purple. If this gradual change of purple color was from the inside to the outside, it wouldn't be obvious. On the contrary, the color of this purple greatsword was from the inside to the outside, which was unusually obvious and full of deterrence. The purple greatsword brought a magnificent brilliance in the air, but in the next moment, the brilliance disappeared, and Abao's body had already appeared behind Long Haochen. At this moment, a series of clanging sounds rang in the air. What a fast speed! Long Haochen was taken aback. With Yu Ye's reminder, he already had a high estimation of Abao, but he still didn't expect Abao's strength to be so strong. At the moment when he dodged, a green light had already shot out from Long Haochen's chest. The gentle green directly sucked Long Haochen's sun-moon divine snail shield in front of him, and only then did he block Abao's attack. Otherwise, if Long Haochen was unprepared, even if he could block this attack, he would still suffer a little. The aura of the divine throne of eternity and creation instantly skyrocketed, causing Abao, who had just finished his attack and was preparing to launch another attack, to pause for a moment. Then he saw the 13 balls of light instantly fuse with Long Haochen. With the armor of eternity on his body, an eternal sword appeared in Long Haochen's hand. Emerald green, 7-colored, and white, 3 balls of light slowly circled around his body. The eyes of the dragon heads and the 12-winged angels on his left and right shoulder armor were shining, as if they were all staring at Abao. This is the throne of God of eternity and creation? Abao asked coldly. Long Haochen nodded and said, "It seems that you have indeed improved a lot these few years. If I'm not wrong, your cultivation has reached the 4th level of the 9th order, and the strength of your body is also at the 4th level of the 9th order. Only the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan can achieve this." Chapter 286. For the current Long Haochen, his internal spiritual power of level 9 wasn't scary. What was scary was that his external spiritual power was also level 9. Abao's terrifying speed didn't come from his internal spiritual power, but from his body. "Are you afraid?" Abao said coldly. Long Haochen smiled and said, "Why don't you try and you'll know?" As he spoke, his body suddenly became a little illusory. Abao moved his body subconsciously, and a purplish-red halo suddenly lit up under his feet, causing his dragon armor to completely turn purplish-red. He pointed the giant purple sword in his hand in the air, and unexpectedly, another 2 Abao appeared on both sides of his body, and they looked exactly the same as his original body. Doppelganger? This seemed to be somewhat similar to Zhang Fangfang's second spiritual stove of life. The 3 Abao's bodies flickered, but they didn't attack Long Haochen from different directions. Instead, the 3 of them formed a sharp triangle and rushed towards Long Haochen. The 3 giant purple swords were raised above his head at the same time, and only the one in the center had a gradual light. It was obvious that Abao didn't intend to hide his original body from Long Haochen. Ding! The eternal sword was raised, and it blocked the 3 giant purple swords, but it only made a sound. Suddenly, a strong aura of life burst out from Long Haochen's body, and then the eternal sword in his hand turned jade green. Thousands of rays of jade light burst out, and all 3 Abaos were engulfed in it. At this moment, Abao felt like his body was sucked into a huge jade green waterfall and the feeling of being unable to resist shocked him. Just like how Long Houchin underestimated him, he also underestimated Long Houchin. Eternal three swords, all things awakened. Of the three glowing orbs surrounding Long Houchin, the emerald light orb had completely fused with the eternal sword. The emerald light lasted in the air for a full 5 seconds before gradually dissipating. A bow reappeared 300 meters in front of Long Houchin. He looked a little disheveled. His 2 clones had disappeared, and there were at least 20 crisscrossing burn marks on his dragon armor. "You're no match for me." Long Houchin raised his head slightly and looked down at his opponent. A bow snorted disdainfully and said, "It's too early to say that. Do you think you can hurt me with this level of attack?" As he spoke, the purplish-red halo beneath his feet flashed again. The instant his dragon armor turned purplish-red, all the scars on the dragon armor disappeared. What a strange domain. Long Houchin smiled. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, nor did he take the initiative to attack. This time, the purplish-red light didn't fade. A bow's eyes gradually turned the same color, and the dragon wings on his back slowly spread open. The sky behind him turned completely purplish-red. Then, a monstrous pressure burst forth from the purplish-red light. Long Houchin was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure, and his body was pushed thousands of meters away by the pressure. The throne of God of Eternity and Creation automatically emitted a foot-thick white light, protecting Long Houchin's body from being affected by the pressure. Not far away, a pitch-black figure flashed and disappeared 100 meters behind Huangsha. She was actually forced out of her hiding space by the pressure. Although she immediately retreated and hid herself again, it was clear how terrifying the pressure was. "Supreme artifact?" Long Houchin blurted out. A bow had really surprised him again. The purplish-red light in a bow's eyes burned like flames, and in the middle of the pitch-black space behind him, a purplish-red light pillar also lit up. The thick light pillar had a diameter of more than a mile. The moment it appeared, the originally bright sky instantly turned dark. The moment the huge light pillar rose, the sun seemed to have been shot down and disappeared without a trace. The huge purplish-red light pillar was engraved with countless strange runes. Most importantly, there was a purplish-red giant dragon crawling on top of the huge light pillar. The terrifying pressure even caused the air to collapse and the sky to distort. The appearance of this huge pillar gave people a strong sense of shock. "This is the Demon Emperor's demon god pillar." Long Houchin was shocked. Could it be that a bow had already inherited the Demon Emperor's position? No, that's not right. The Demon Emperor's heaven-defying demon dragon pillar was completely black gold, and it was much larger than this purplish-red pillar in front of him. However, this purplish-red pillar was clearly emitting the same aura as the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. "You didn't expect this, did you, Long Houchin?" A bow looked coldly at his opponent in the distance. The heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, flickering with purplish-red light behind him, gave him unprecedented confidence. "I am the inheritor of the Demon Emperor, the future 7th Demon Emperor of the demons. Father Emperor has given me a part of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar's power. Although I can only use the mirror image of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, I can still use 1/3 of its power to deal with you. That's enough." His right hand held the purple sword, and his left hand pointed to the sky. Suddenly, a purplish-red light fell from the sky from the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar and instantly fell on a bow's body. The purplish-red giant dragon on the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar seemed to come to life. It roared and pounced on a bow. The thick purplish-red light caused the surrounding air to shatter and explode. In an instant, a purplish-red armor appeared on a bow's body, which was covered with the dragon body armor. This purplish-red armor seemed to be related to dragons. The helmet was a dragon's mouth, and every part of his body was covered with thick dragon scales. His shoulders were 2 huge dragon claws, and the purplish-red light flowed. This armor seemed to be alive. Even his purple sword was covered with a layer of purplish-red scales. Long Houchin didn't attack a bow during this transformation. He just watched quietly. This was only 1/3 of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar's power. If the demon emperor was here, his power would only be more terrifying. At this time, the ability A Bao displayed just happened to let Long Haochen personally experience the power of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. After being covered by the purplish-red light, A Bao's entire temperament changed. A terrifying aura rose in a straight line. Around his body, purplish-red lightning flashed, densely forming a purplish-red electric net. The combination of darkness and lightning. This was the true power of the heaven-defying demon dragon royalty. At the same time, Long Haochen made a judgment and pointed the eternal sword in his hand at A Bao. Suddenly, a white light broke through the darkness of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar and fell on A Bao's body. Light of judgment. A Bao looked coldly at Long Haochen, but he didn't even move to block. With a loud bang, white light splashed, but he raised his purple dragon shocking sky sword at Long Haochen as if nothing had happened. At this moment, crystal-clear milky white light also burst out from Long Haochen's body. Eternal domain. As A Bao's expression changed slightly, the white light almost instantly illuminated the world behind Long Haochen. The white light dispelled a large part of the darkness brought by the purplish-red light, and forcibly formed a confrontation with the terrifying aura of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. In the next moment, Long Haochen and A Bao moved almost at the same time. Two figures in the air collided with each other at the border of the two domains. Boom! At the moment when the eternal sword and the purple dragon shocking sky sword collided, the whole world seemed to collapse, and the whole world appeared in an instant of darkness and whiteness. In the distance, Huang Shua instantly retreated. Although the powerful assassin could appear at any time, he couldn't care less. After activating the power of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, A Bao's strength was completely above him. Coupled with the power of the eternal and creation throne of God under the activation of Long Haochen, the instantaneous explosion was too terrifying. Neither Long Haochen nor A Bao was repelled by the terrifying power. The purplish-red giant sword and the white giant sword seemed to stick together in the air. Long Haochen and A Bao also faced each other at such a close distance. The power of darkness and light collided with each other, and neither side gave way. The eternal domain and A Bao's heaven-defying demon god domain also fully collided. This was a pure competition of strength. Both sides fully combined their equipment, external spiritual power and internal spiritual power to resist the opponent's pressure. A Bao's external spiritual power was completely above Long Haochen's, but now he was the one with a ferocious expression. Long Haochen held the eternal sword with both hands and floated there unmoving like a mountain. No matter how hard A Bao activated his own power, he couldn't push him back. However, Long Haochen didn't press forward either. He just stared at A Bao with a burning gaze, allowing the power of both sides to fully collide. Huang Shua nervously guarded against the assassin that could appear at any time. At the same time, he paid attention to the battle between Long Haochen and A Bao. He could see that although A Bao had activated part of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar's power, his overall cultivation seemed to be inferior to Long Haochen's. However, for some reason, Long Haochen didn't seem to be giving it his all. The intense situation caused Huang Shua, the commander of the Black Dragon Guards, to forget the most important thing, which was the fate of the other Black Dragon Guards. Speaking of which, he couldn't be blamed. After the eternal domain and the heaven-defying demon god domain collided, all the spiritual power within a radius of tens of miles was strongly disrupted. Even if he wanted to contact his clansmen, it would be difficult, not to mention that there was an extremely terrifying assassin beside him. As the battle between Long Haochen and A Bao began, the Black Dragon Guards who were in charge of chasing the Light of Dawn monster hunters also took action. Among them, the Black Dragon Guards who were chasing after Yang Wenjiao and Duan, he had the easiest time. Yang Wenjiao got off the Starlight Unicorn, spread his wings, and fled into the distance at full speed. However, in terms of speed, the Starlight Unicorn was still far from the heaven-defying demon dragon. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. The heaven-defying demon dragon was the #1 race among the demons. Individually, they were powerful. Coupled with the demon emperor's strong control over the demons, they were all arrogant. After chasing Yang Wenjiao for a while, the 2 black dragon secret guards realized that Yang Wenjiao's cultivation was much lower than they had imagined. The starlight unicorn he was riding on was at most at the threshold of the 8th order. For a night, the strength of his mount companion would increase along with his cultivation, unless he chose a low-level mount from the start. Although the possibility of the starlight unicorn reaching the 9th stage was very small, the powerful starlight unicorn could reach the peak of the 8th stage when it matured. Yang Wenjiao's mount, no matter how you looked at it, had just reached the 8th stage. This meant that Yang Wenjiao's cultivation could not possibly be at the 9th stage. The Black Dragon Guards were all 9th stage powerhouses, and their external spiritual energy was over 100,000. As the 2 Black Dragon Guards got closer, the disdain in their hearts grew stronger. Was such a weak human worth both of them attacking together? Yang Wenjiao looked back at them, seeing that the distance between them was getting closer and closer, and he was about to enter the enemy's attack range. He seemed to be getting anxious. He urged the starlight unicorn to quickly descend, and it just so happened that there was a forest below. Trying to escape with the help of the forest? The 2 Black Dragon Guards couldn't help but reveal savage and cruel expressions. One of them raised his right hand, and a pitch-black ball of light was already descending toward the forest below. The ball of light exploded about 100 meters away from the forest, and a layer of black mist shrouded the area below. In an instant, large swathes of the forest began to wither and corrode, turning into a patch of black and disappearing. The starlight unicorn seemed to be startled. Its wings became a little unsteady, and it suddenly plummeted. The 2 Black Dragon Guards didn't suspect anything, and sped up at the same time to kill the human so that they could report back. The starlight unicorn suddenly flapped its wings when it was less than 50 meters away from the ground. At the same time, Yang Wenjiao's body shone with a golden light as he injected his own spirit energy into the starlight unicorn's body to help it stabilize its body and regain control of its balance. However, this also greatly affected his speed. The 2 Black Dragon Praetorian Guards quickly approached him. They did not even bother to use their weapons. The Black Dragon Praetorian Guard on the left waved his right hand and made a grabbing motion at Yang Wenjiao. Suddenly, a huge black dragon claw shadow formed in midair. It was nearly 10 meters wide and went straight for Yang Wenjiao and the starlight unicorn. Yang Wenjiao suddenly turned around. In each of his hands, there was a heavy sword that was flickering with an orange-red luster. The golden sword turned into a faint mist of light and instantly burst forth, making him look like a giant sun on the back of the starlight unicorn. Glory of the Holy Sun. This was a legacy skill that originated from Yang Haohan, the Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templar's defense and coordination. The light of the glory of the Holy Sun was so intense that the 2 Black Dragon Guards felt a burning pain all over their bodies, and they temporarily lost their vision. The 2 Black Dragon Guards attacked Yang Wenjiao at almost the same time, but Yang Wenjiao retracted the starlight unicorn's wings and fell to the ground like a freefall, causing the 2 Black Dragon Guards' attacks to hit nothing but air. At the same time, 6 light spots of different colors flew out from the forest below from 6 different directions. The 6 light spots instantly intertwined in the air to form a huge magic array, which enveloped the 2 Black Dragon Guards who had temporarily lost their vision. The Black Dragon Guards were indeed the most powerful force under the Demon Emperor. When their attacks missed, they immediately felt that something was wrong. The 2 Black Dragon Guards held hands and let out a roar at the same time. With a loud dragon roar, the shadows of 2 huge black dragons instantly circled around their bodies, protecting them. Before they could see again, they did not hesitate to use their strongest defensive skill, the demonic dragon's barrier. Moreover, it was cast by the 2 of them together, so one could imagine how powerful their defense was. Unfortunately, they did not know what kind of opponent they were facing. The 6 figures instantly appeared in 6 different directions, representing blue water, red fire, green wind, yellow earth, black darkness, and golden light. The 6 elements were gathered together. They were 6 powerful warriors with the soul of the strong burning in their eyes. The powerful skills from ancient times were unleashed in the next moment. The 6 lights instantly intertwined, and the 6-colored hexagram formed by them instantly shone brightly. The 6 powerful warriors were like 6 intertwining stars in the hexagram. The creator of this magic array was the divine law of necromancy, Calamity, Necromancer Electrolux. Its name was the elemental dove. In the instant that the formation was activated, the 6 powerhouses had already disappeared. The 6 colored rays of light instantly formed an outline. When the final point connected, a huge light pillar in the shape of a 6-pointed star soared into the sky, completely engulfing the bodies of the 2 black dragon guards who were using the demonic dragon's armor. By this time, it was too late for the black dragon guards to react. The black dragon's barrier instantly turned 6-colored. Next, it was followed by their sturdy bodies that did not have unlimited defense. Below, Yang Wenjiao, who had already regained control of his body, looked at the 6-colored hexagram rising high into the sky. His heart could not help but race. What a terrifying power! At the same time, he swung his right fist with all his might. It was done. Yang Wenjiao and Duan, he had recently reached the bottleneck of the 8th Order and were about to break through to the 9th Order. With the help of the Dagger Vanguard, they felt that they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Looking at the elemental dove in the sky, Yang Wenjiao felt that he had grasped the most important point. Duan Yi's experience was almost the same as Yang Wenjiao's. However, he did not have the Starlight Unicorn as a mount. Hence, when he escaped, his speed was slower. Therefore, the only difference between him and Yang Wenjiao was that he used his shield to block an attack from the Black Dragon Guards. He was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he also accelerated his fall. Facing the 2 Black Dragon Guards were 6 magicians. The magic version of the elemental dove was even more terrifying than the warrior version. This was because it was slightly weaker in terms of attack power, but it could appear from a long distance. They were both at the 9th Order. In terms of physical strength and weapons, the Holy Guards from the Tower of Eternity were no match for the Black Dragon Guards. However, in terms of battle experience, teamwork, and the combination of attributes, the Holy Guards had the upper hand. Even in a one-on-one situation, it would not be easy for the Black Dragon Guards to kill the Holy Guards, let alone when it was 6 against 2. Come on, chase after me. I'm so scared. Lin Xian flew in front, while teasing the 2 Black Dragon Guards who were chasing after him. He was a magician. Although his flying speed was quite good, it was still inferior to the 2 defiant demon dragons who were born with the ability to fly. However, the 2 Black Dragon Guards cannot catch up to him, because above Lin Xian's head, there was an azure sun condensing, and fireballs were constantly flying out. They didn't seem powerful, but they flew extremely far, far beyond the attack range of the heaven-defying demonic dragon. Moreover, the explosive power was tyrannical, and the temperature was strangely high, to the point that the 2 Black Dragon Imperial Guards couldn't close the distance between them even after being provoked by him. Among the Black Dragon Guards, there were strong and weak ones. Perhaps Lin Xian was unlucky, but among the 2 Black Dragon Guards chasing him, one was a 9th Order Level 2, and the other was a 3rd Order Level 9 Domain Master. After a series of provocations, the 2 Black Dragon Guards were enraged. The 3rd Order Level 9 Black Dragon Guard roared at the sky, and with a shake of his body, he revealed his true form. A huge black dragon over 30 meters long appeared in midair, its purplish-red eyes glinting fiercely. Its companion immediately rode on the defiant demon dragon's back, and the demon dragon flapped its wings and charged at Lin Xian at full speed. A layer of pitch-black light spread out from his body at the same time he launched his charge, forming a huge dragon that was over 100 meters long. This was the defiant Demon Dragon clan's signature domain, the Demon Dragon's Domain. Almost 70% of the defiant Demon Dragons were able to comprehend this domain. With the Demon Dragon's Domain opening the way, the effect of Lin Xion's heart flame, bursting fireball, was completely nullified. It exploded on the demon dragon's domain, but could not advance an inch. Seeing that the enemies were getting closer, Lin Xion's smile grew wider. He said, "I'm so scared." That's not right. I have medicine. What's there to be scared of?" Two figures appeared behind Lin Xion silently. At the same time, Lin Xion threw a pill into his mouth. Then, the two Black Dragon guards saw the most shocking scene in their lives. The blue sun above Lin Xion's head suddenly expanded. In just a few breaths' time, it turned into a huge blue ball of light with a diameter of 100 meters. The blazing temperature turned the air into water, and even the two defiant demon dragons could not see Lin Xion's figure clearly. They had no idea what Lin Xion had done. However, in the next moment, a huge dragon head emerged from the huge blue sun with a diameter of 100 meters. The dragon head was naturally blue. Just the length of its head was the same as the length of the defiant demon dragon when it used the demon dragon's domain. How thick was a huge dragon head that was 100 meters long? It almost occupied the entire blazing sun in the sky. Its fiery eyes stared at the rapidly approaching defiant demon dragon. The blue flames burned wildly, as if it was angered by the defiant demon dragon's provocation. The two Black Dragon guards felt that something was wrong. The one who had transformed into a defiant demon dragon turned around and wanted to run. However, a huge suction force ruined their chances of escape. The huge blue dragon had opened its mouth and made a swallowing motion. Within a 10-kilometer radius, countless tiny specks of light suddenly appeared. They were all formed by the condensation and manifestation of the fire element. These tiny specks of light were like rivers flowing into the sea as they flew towards the gigantic blue flame dragon head, which was swallowing the dragon head whole. They could not run, but the defiant demon dragon was powerful. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other Black Dragon guard also roared and transformed into a giant dragon. He and his partner desperately flapped their wings in an attempt to break free from the blue dragon head's control. They could not even muster the slightest intention to fight back. This was because the aura emitted by the blue dragon head was at least the standard of a Tier 9 or Level 6. It was completely beyond the scope of their resistance. Under the joint efforts of the two heaven-defying demonic dragons, they seemed to be escaping from the suction force bit by bit. However, because they were escaping, their backs were facing the terrifying dragon head, so they did not see that the huge blue dragon head was getting brighter and brighter. Not good. The two Black Dragon guards roared in their hearts at the same time. They could not see behind them, but they could feel the change in temperature. Just as fear appeared in their hearts, the terrifying suction force suddenly disappeared, and the entire space seemed to freeze for a moment. Next, a huge blue fireball with a diameter of nearly 100 meters became the background of the two Black Dragon guards, who said that the fireball spell was a low-level spell. It depended on the size and the degree of condensation. The two defiant demon dragons were like two little bugs as they were swallowed by the huge blue fireball. The fireball flew straight forward and soared for a full kilometer before it bloomed in the sky, with a brilliance more dazzling than the sun, completely turning the sky blue. The huge dragon head slowly shrank, and the holy sun domain disappeared. Lin Xion and the two figures behind him reappeared in the sky. Feeling the dense fire elements in the air, the two eternal heroes beside Lin Xion couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even with their thousands of years of experience, they had never seen such a terrifying fireball, and this fireball was created by them with Lin Xion's help. Little Lin, your holy sun spell is really terrifying. The two eternal heroes who appeared beside Lin Xion were the wind and water magicians. The one who spoke was the wind magician who wanted to pass on the inheritance to Lin Xion. Lin Xion chuckled and said, "I didn't know that it would be so fun to become stronger. Thank you, seniors." The water magician chuckled and said, "I'm more curious about the fact that this conjoined spirit-enhancing pill you refined is actually effective on us necromancers." Lin Xion said proudly, "They all call me Brother Medicine. In terms of strength, I'm not as good as boss and the others, but when it comes to refining medicine, I'm the strongest in the group. As long as there's spiritual power, the effect of my conjoined spirit-enhancing pill can be released. The two eternal heroes were powerhouses at the 5th rank of the 9th rank. Under their joint enhancement, although Lin Xin could not bear their full strength due to his body, he still managed to raise his cultivation to the terrifying level of the 7th rank of the 9th rank. The power of the Holy Sun domain and the Holy Sun spell was naturally greatly amplified, resulting in the terrifying scene just now. The 18 eternal heroes, the 12 holy guards, the 9 members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, and the Light Elf King Yuting. Long Haochen's overall strength was at least double that of Bao's. Under such circumstances, how could a Bao and his vanguard have any chance? The reason why only the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters appeared on the battlefield was to show the enemy that they were weaker than they were. If it was a head-on collision, the enemy would run away when they saw that they were not strong enough. With the strength of the Black Dragon Guards, it would not be a problem for at least half of them to run away. Long Haochen's goal was to wipe them all out. Every Black Dragon Guard killed was equivalent to weakening the strength of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan by 1%. How could Long Haochen let such a good opportunity slip by? Naturally, it was not only these 3 directions that attacked. Battles broke out in every direction that the Black Dragon Guards were pursuing, and all of them ended in overwhelming fashion. The failure of the vanguard could not be blamed entirely on a Bao and Huang Sha. How could they have imagined that Long Haochen was in control of such a huge force? According to the demon's estimation of the humans, the total number of Stage 9 powerhouses of the human race did not exceed 200, and they had to defend the 6 temples. The main force of Long Haochen's raid this time was the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. At most, there would be a few more Stage 9 powerhouses of the Knights Templars. However, the Knights Templars still had to defend themselves, and the army could not retreat without a commander. Therefore, Huang Shuo thought that even if Long Haochen had an ambush, it would not be a big threat to the Black Dragon Guards. At the very least, they would have no problem retreating. It had been 6,000 years since the establishment of the Black Dragon Guards. They were almost invincible on the Holy Demon Continent, so Huang Shuo had been a little careless. How could he know that Long Haochen had brought almost the strongest force of the human race this time? Even the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters themselves were not something that they could take down. The 12 Holy Guards and the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters were not at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If Long Haochen went all out, he would definitely be able to defeat this vanguard of the demons. Moreover, among the forces that Long Haochen had brought this time, the most terrifying ones were the eternal heroes who had been asleep for thousands of years. Among the 18 eternal heroes, 2 were at level 7 of the 9th Order, and the rest were all at level 5 of the 9th Order and above. Each of them had a tyrannical cultivation base. Such a force had the terrifying power to reverse the situation on any battlefield. During the First Holy War, the Demon Emperor had a premonition that there was a powerful force hidden in the human race that had never been used. Even someone at the level of the Demon Emperor felt apprehensive, which showed how terrifying the overall strength of the Eternal Heroes was. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Hua or Xu Yong Xiao, they were both old but firm, powerful and wise. In the previous battles, they had spent most of their time hiding behind the members of the Bright Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad. Therefore, even if there was news from the front lines, it would be very difficult for the demons to know that there was actually such a powerful hidden force on the battlefield. At this time, the real prelude to the decisive battle had arrived, and it was the first time in history that the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan had suffered such a big loss. One-on-one, the Eternal Heroes could easily defeat the Black Dragon Guards with their tyrannical cultivation base, not to mention that they were hidden at the side and lying in ambush. Coupled with the strength of the members of the Light of Dawn, they had an overwhelming advantage. How could they lose? A Bao and Long Haochen faced each other, the heavy swords of both sides still clashing with each other. Long Haochen stared coldly at a Bao. He was not anxious at all. The stronger a Bao's burst of power, the stronger his resistance. In the process of the confrontation between the heaven-defying demon-divine territory and the eternal territory, distorted light was constantly produced, so much so that even Huang Shuo, who was far away, could not see the situation clearly. A Bao clenched his teeth, and his body gradually emitted a layer of blood qi. Long Haochen was actually so powerful. He had already used all his strength. The heavenly purple dragon sword in his hand constantly burst out terrifying dark lightning, and under the enhancement of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, it frantically attacked Long Haochen's defense. However, Long Haochen did not move. No matter how much he increased his cultivation base, he still could not defeat his opponent. What level had Long Haochen's cultivation reached? Was it the enhancement of the eternal and creator throne of God? No matter what, I can't lose. The obsession in his heart made a Bao more ferocious. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and a mouthful of dark purple blood sprayed on the heavenly purple dragon sword in his hand. Suddenly, the purple-red light soared, and the pressure on Long Haochen increased sharply. The purple dragon heaven-shocking sword was slowly pressing down, and the heaven-defying demon realm behind Abao also began to gradually condense. The huge heaven-defying demon god pillar seemed to be falling down, and the pressure on the eternal domain gradually shrank. I must win, no matter what price I have to pay. This was the only thought in Abao's heart. Advantage. I finally have the advantage. Feeling the eternal sword being pushed back bit by bit, Abao was overjoyed. He subconsciously looked at Long Haochen. What he wanted to see the most was a look of panic and despair on Long Haochen's face. However, he was disappointed. What he saw was a pair of calm golden eyes, so calm that it was scary. It seemed that nothing in the world could shake this calmness. It's about time. Long Haochen's inexplicable words made Abao's heart clench. At this moment, he heard a strange sound. Thump, thump. A strong heartbeat suddenly sounded in Abao's ears. Before he could understand what was going on, a completely unstoppable force suddenly burst out from Long Haochen's eternal sword. Then, his body was sent flying and only stopped when he hit the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. Long Haochen was still floating there. The battle between the eternal realm and the heaven-defying demon realm had returned to its previous state of balance. However, Abao's heart completely sank. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he knew that he was no match for Long Haochen. Even though he had used all his strength to hurt his origin, he was still sent flying by Long Haochen. Although his body was not seriously injured, the blow to his mind was unparalleled. Looking at the calm Long Haochen, Abao's emotions were extremely complicated. He roared fiercely, raised the purple dragon shocking sky, sword above his head, and spat out a mouthful of purplish-red blood. Crown Prince, you can't. In the distance, Huang Shuo finally saw what happened when the two sides separated. His expression changed. Just as he was about to rush over to stop Abao from fighting Long Haochen, the black figure that had been quiet for a long time appeared silently again. At the same time, a golden figure appeared, one in front and one behind. Chapter 287. The pitch-black silent extermination was just a light touch, calm and silent, while the gold in front of him instantly turned into a giant eye, blooming with countless golden lights. At this moment, Huang Shuo finally realized what kind of opponent he was facing. In that instant, 8 words appeared in his mind. Spacewalker, rank 7 level 9. If assassins had a special way to hide in the dark and travel through space to a certain extent, then the knight could also do it without being discovered. There was only one explanation for this. Despair instantly spread in his heart. Huang Shuo let out a wild roar and launched the last attack of his life, an attack that would destroy both good and bad alike. Abao couldn't see what Huang Shuo was doing, nor could he hear his voice. After the mouthful of purplish-red blood was spat out, it was different from the instant it merged into the domain. Instead, it turned into a purplish-red symbol in the air. That symbol was slightly distorted, like an earthworm that had folded a few times. There were even a few strange tips on it. The purplish-red symbol instantly returned and landed lightly on Abao's forehead. Instantly, Abao's forehead lit up. The purplish-red color turned into a bright and transparent gemstone luster. Countless light ridges shot out from his forehead. The heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar behind him also became much clearer in an instant. Seeing this scene, Long Haochen's expression changed. He had fought against the demon god many times, so of course he could feel what Abao had done. This was the demon god's last resort. You actually used the sky demon disintegration technique. Abao looked at Long Haochen coldly. His aura grew crazily. The terrifying coercion caused lightning to appear around his body again, immediately tearing cracks in the space. The terrifying power caused his entire body to distort and deform. His bulging muscles and thick blood vessels began to push up the armor under the urging of the sky demon disintegration technique. Long Haochen didn't expect Abao's obsession to be so strong. Normally, the demon god wouldn't use the sky demon disintegration technique unless he was at the end of his rope. After using this secret technique, even if he didn't die, his cultivation would be greatly reduced and his origin would be damaged. Although Abao was the inheritor of the heaven-defying demonic dragon emperor's bloodline, he might be able to recover in the future. However, after using the sky demon disintegration technique, he wouldn't be able to recover to his current level for at least the next 10 years. There was only one reason why he used such a secret technique, and that was to raise his strength to the peak and kill Long Haochen. A hint of coldness appeared in the depths of Long Haochen's eyes. He also raised the eternal sword above his head, and a white radiance shone on top of his head. Long Haochen's aura also increased at an alarming rate. At the same time, the powerful heartbeat that had appeared previously could be heard again. Thump, 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 thump. A ball of aquamarine light constantly burst out from Long Haochen's chest. After the aquamarine light was reflected by the eternal stone on Long Haochen's chest, it looked even more magnificent. Every time his heart beat, his cultivation seemed to skyrocket. The speed at which his aura increased was actually not much different from when Abao used the sky demon disintegration technique. Abao's eyes were very cold. He didn't seem to notice the improvement of Long Haochen's cultivation. What he saw was the look on Yu Ye's face when she broke off the engagement. What he saw was the look on Long Haochen's face every time he defeated him. At this moment, Abao had completely forgotten all his responsibilities as the crown prince of the demons. In his heart, the only obsession in his heart was to defeat the opponent in front of him and tear him into pieces. The sky's shocking purple dragon sword gradually turned bluish-purple. The terrifying thunder and lightning sword light gradually materialized, turning into thunder and lightning symbols that condensed on the sword. As the aura of both sides soared crazily, their domains also began to violently collide, pushing each other further and further away. The calmness in Long Haochen's eyes formed a sharp contrast with the hysteria in Abao's eyes. Both of them knew that the next collision would be earth-shattering, and the winner would be decided. Huang Shua's corpse quietly floated in midair, carried by Xiaohua. After dying, the heaven-defying demon dragon would return to its original appearance. Huang Shua's body, turned into the heaven-defying demon dragon, was nearly 50 meters long. Unfortunately, he no longer had any powerful aura. It was a joke to want to die together with two rank 7 Ninth Order experts who had existed for 6,000 years and had countless experiences. With the strength of Xiao Hua and Shu Yong Xiao, the two Temple League's first Temple Masters, how could they give him that chance? The reason why Xiao Hua hadn't made a move and why Shu Yong Xiao had only been fighting was because Xiao Hua didn't want Pa and Huang Shuo to discover the battles happening in the other 9 directions. Xiao Hua's move meant that the battles in the other 9 directions had ended. The Eternal Heroes still did not appear. However, in a different direction in the distance, the Light of Dawn monster hunters were rushing back and happened to see the confrontation between Long Haochen and Abao. The eternal sword swayed slightly in the air, and the emerald light slowly fell on the tip of the sword. Immediately, the emerald light flowed down from the top and completely dyed the eternal sword green. At the same time, the eternal godstone on Long Haochen's chest burst out with an emerald light. In an instant, the eternal armor turned the same color. Even the eternal domain was affected by the change of the eternal armor, turning from its previous white to emerald green. A thick aura of life spread out, and even a bow felt a little comfortable. At this time, Long Houchin no longer looked like a human. Instead, he looked more like a god of nature that had descended from the sky. The thick aura of nature was even comparable to that of the fantasy paradise. "Take my sword," Long Houchin shouted in a deep voice. Countless emerald lights instantly surged in the air, and the eternal domain turned into a huge emerald vortex. The tip of the vortex moved forward and stabbed straight at a bow. One of the three eternal swords, revival of all things. However, this sword was already quite different from the original revival of all things. This was because this sword, which was filled with the aura of life and nature, had a portion of the power that belonged to the goddess of nature, the power of the spiritual stove of wisdom. Almost at the same time that Long Houchin made his move, a bow also moved. His movement was even simpler and more direct. Purple Emperor Heaven Shocking Slash. The huge purple light was like a waterfall, and the terrifying purplish-red color extended in the air. It didn't look like spiritual power at all, but like an extension of power that was completely carved out of precious stones. The moment the purple Emperor Heaven Shocking Slash came into contact with the revival of all things, it immediately moved forward with irresistible force. The emerald vortex was split into two, and one flew past a bow by 100 meters, while the other with a bright purplish-red color went straight for Long Houchin's body. At this moment, even Xiao Hua and Shu Yongxiao couldn't help but feel nervous. At this moment, even with their cultivation, they couldn't participate in this battle at all. Everything depended on Long Houchin. The members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters in the distance couldn't help but exclaim. At least from the looks of it, Long Houchin had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Long Houchin floated in the air, unmoving. The eternal sword in his hand had already disappeared. He watched as the purplish-red blade swept past his body. "No!" Kyra shouted in despair, but her voice stopped abruptly. This was because Long Houchin, who was in the air, had turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. At this moment, everyone realized that although a bow's purple Emperor Heaven Shocking Slash had slashed Long Houchin's revival of all things in half, the huge emerald green color had also completely integrated into his heaven-defying demon, celestial territory. The gentle green color instantly condensed, and in the next moment, the sky suddenly lit up. The heaven-defying demon, celestial territory, had actually been suppressed and disappeared. Even the image of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar was entangled by a thick aura of life. Countless emerald lights erupted in the next moment. In the sky, a strange illusion full of vitality began to appear. It was as if there were countless plants growing in the sky, reviving and bearing fruit. All the negative emotions were also swept away with this thick vitality. The ones who felt it the most were Long Houchin's companions. Everyone from the Light of Dawn monster hunters felt as if they had returned to a dreamy paradise. Everything around them had turned into a vibrant emerald green color. Xiao Hua and Shu Yongxiao looked at each other. They could feel an intense shock from each other's soul fire. So, this was Long Houchin's true power. In that instant, the power of the revival of all living things had probably reached the level of level 9 or 8. Even though he had borrowed the power of the divine throne with the divine seal of eternity and creation, this transcendental artifact was a part of his body. Moreover, even a transcendental artifact would not be able to increase his power by so much. Long Houchin's own spiritual stove of wisdom had played a key role. As the revival of all things and Yi Xiaolei's power fused, the image of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar in the sky gradually became illusory and shattered. When Long Houchin reappeared in everyone's sight, Yi Xiaolei's figure, which had been magnified many times, appeared behind him. At this moment, Yi Xiaolei's eyes were hazy with tears. She seemed to see her home again, but at the same time, She recalled the scene of her home being destroyed. Bao was the son of the Demon Emperor. He had an aura that was extremely similar to the Demon Emperor. How could she not do her best to help Long Haochen launch the final attack? The green light gradually faded, and the dense presence of life returned to Long Haochen's body like rivers flowing into the sea. In the end, it vanished from where the divine stone of eternity was. Yi Xiaolei's figure faded away as well. Bao was right in front of Long Haochen. However, his body no longer had the 1/3 degree of demon god transformation brought by the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. Even the dragon armor on his body was broken in many places. Terrifying scars flickered with faint emerald green light all over his body. Bao's eyes were very dim, without any luster. He was still holding the purple dragon heaven-shocking sword in his hand, but it was less than 1/3 of its original length. He was defeated. Even if his strength was enhanced under the state of the demon disintegration, he still lost to Long Haochen. He was defeated by the revival of all things. The damage to his body was far less than the pain in his heart. "Kill me, kill me." Bao suddenly shouted at Long Haochen. He didn't understand why Long Haochen didn't kill him. Long Haochen could have killed him just now. Did he want to keep him alive to humiliate him? Along with his roar, all the wounds on his body burst open. Bao's body was completely dyed purple by his own purple blood. However, the self-healing ability of the heaven-defying demon dragon royalty was indeed strong. The bleeding stopped after a few seconds. However, the internal injuries on Bao's body were not so easy to heal. The backlash of the demon disintegration was crazily devouring his origin. Long Haochen looked coldly at Bao. He knew that from this moment on, this demon's crown prince could no longer pose a threat to him. He naturally had his reasons for keeping Bao alive. Last time in the Star Demon Tower, the Demon Emperor didn't kill my partner. I'll return this favor to him now. When you go back, tell the Demon Emperor that I'll be waiting for his arrival. The 6,000 years of the Dark Age is about to end. As he spoke, Long Haochen waved his hand. A huge force suddenly hit Bao's body and pushed him far away. Looking at Bao's disappearing figure, Long Haochen's heart gradually calmed down. He didn't win this battle easily. When he sent Bao flying, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bao's final attack also injured him. However, Long Haochen also successfully hid some of his more powerful strength. He was facing the Demon's Crown Prince and not the Demon Emperor. He would rather be injured than reveal all his trump cards, especially when he had no intention of killing Bao. 5 years ago, in the Star Demon Tower, although Long Haochen didn't understand why the Demon Emperor didn't kill his partners, at that time, the Demon Emperor had indeed let them go. If the Demon Emperor had killed everyone at that time, it would be even more impossible for him to be resurrected. He could only meet his partners underground. No matter what the Demon Emperor's reason for doing so, today Long Haochen didn't kill Bao, so he returned the favor. Letting Bao bring the message was also to tell the Demon Emperor that if they met again, it would be a battle of life and death. What Long Haochen didn't know was that Bao had the seal of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon Imperial family. If he really wanted to kill Bao, then the scene that appeared in Fantasy Paradise would play out again. Gazing into the distance, the flames in Long Haochen's heart gradually weakened. Kai had come to his side at some point. She hit his shoulder hard, then threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Chapter 288. The Holy War was inevitable, and the war between humans and demons had just begun. After a simple sweep of the battlefield, Long Haochen quietly disappeared with his companions at the end of the sky, including the Black Dragon Guard commander Huang Shuo. A total of 20 Black Dragon Guards perished in the previous battle. Long Haochen did not delay for even a moment. He quickly took his companions back to the dragon-resisting mountain pass. At the same time, he let Kai Er, who was the fastest, immediately catch up with the Vanguard Corps in front, ordering them to speed up and rush back to the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Although the demon's vanguard was destroyed, Long Haochen's mood was not relaxed at all. This was just the beginning. Yu Ye's information was confirmed to be correct, but it also confirmed the accuracy of her other information. The Demon Emperor was leading nearly 200 rank 9 demons to besiege and kill him. He could only choose to retreat now, quickly return to the dragon-resisting mountain pass, and defend it with the strength of the impregnable pass. To completely defeat the demons was not something that could be done in a single battle. What Long Houchen needed was to wait and persevere. When the Demon Emperor saw Bao, his face was so ugly that it almost dripped blood. Bao's appearance was really too embarrassing. He had not even fly in the sky, but walked on the ground in a daze. At this time, he was like an ordinary human, staggering. The Demon Emperor felt at the moment when Bao was defeated by Long Houchen. However, the seal on Bao's body was not opened, so he thought that Long Houchen and Bao were mutually wounded because he could not think of any reason for Long Houchen not to kill Bao. But when he saw his son walking alone in the wilderness, the Demon Emperor realized that he was wrong. He knew Bao too well. If Bao and Long Houchen were mutually wounded, he would definitely not have this expression. He would definitely try his best to heal himself and quickly bring the news to him. But now, he was completely like a walking corpse. On Bao's face, there was no longer the domineering and confident expression from before. His dull eyes and slow steps made him look like a puppet. "Pa!" The Demon Emperor slapped Bao and sent him flying. If it were not for the moon demon Agars who hurriedly caught him, his right hand would have slashed down. Bao was sent flying tens of meters away by this slap, slamming hard on the ground. He spat out mouthfuls of purple blood and blood clots and directly fell into a coma. The Demon Emperor was also shocked. He naturally knew when to stop. Bao was his successor, his biological son. The seemingly forceful slap was actually more of a physical force, but Bao's situation was clearly not that simple. Without needing the moon demon Agars to persuade him, the Demon Emperor's figure flashed and appeared beside Bao. He waved his right hand at Bao, and Bao's body slowly floated in front of the Demon Emperor. A layer of dark purple light enveloped the father and son. After a moment, the dark purple light dissipated. Agars clearly saw that the dark golden light in the Demon Emperor's eyes flickered 3 times in an instant. He understood that this was a sign that the Demon Emperor's anger had reached its peak. For a moment, whether it was the Moon Demon, Star Demon, or the other 20 demon gods, they all kept quiet out of fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Demon Emperor looked at Agars and said in a deep voice, "Bao is crippled." What? Although Agars had already guessed that Bao's situation was not good, when the word crippled came out of Feng Xiu's mouth, he was still extremely shocked. Bao was the Demon Emperor's only heir. Ever since Bao's cultivation had broken through to the 9th rank, the Demon Emperor had already begun paving the way for his succession. How could he be crippled just like that? It wasn't just Agars. All the demon gods turned pale with fright. The Crown Prince had left with 20 black dragon guards. Now, he was the only one left, and he had been crippled. Where were the black dragon guards? Could the strongest of the demons not even be able to protect their Crown Prince? Moreover, Bao's strength was not weak, but he could not escape unscathed. How could this be? His Highness the Crown Prince is connected to you by blood. When necessary, he can borrow your strength. Agar said in confusion. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu said coldly, "He sealed the aura connection between me and him." After using the demon disintegration technique, he was still seriously injured. Even if I personally heal him, he will not be able to recover to his previous state for at least 20 years. He will never be able to cultivate to my level in his lifetime, Asmodeus. Your Majesty, among the 72 demon gods of the demons, Dragon Rider demon god Asmodeus, ranked 32nd, quickly stepped forward and responded respectfully. At that time, he had once made Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi suffer a huge loss, and even annihilated their respective demon hunt squads. It was Long Houchen who rescued the two from his hands, but it was also from then on that he began to fall into the trap of the demon god Emperor and the star demon god. Bring him back to Heart City, then bring Lung Xiao to see me. As he spoke, the Demon Emperor handed Feng Xiu to Asmodeus. The dark golden light in his eyes flashed again. Asmodeus carefully took over Bao. All the demon gods present were silent. They understood the meaning of the demon emperor's words. This was the end of the possibility of a Bao inheriting the throne. The demon emperor only had one son and one daughter. If he brought Lung Xiao here, wouldn't it mean that he wanted her to replace a Bao as the next demon emperor's heir? Indeed, even if Lung Xiao's talent was not as good as a Bao's, 20 years was enough for her to leave a Bao far behind. Moreover, the demon emperor's anger was not only because of her strength. Father, just as Asmodeus was about to turn and leave, a Bao slowly woke up from his coma. After the demon emperor's treatment, his injuries had barely stabilized. At least, there was no threat to his life. Feng Xiu looked at her son coldly and said, "You disappoint me too much." A Bao's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. "Father, I lost. I lost to Long Haochen. Even if I used the demon disintegration technique and the power of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar, I still couldn't defeat him." The demon emperor's heart stirred. "Tell me the whole story. Also, where are Huang Shuo and the others?" A Bao's eyes were hollow. "I don't know where Huang Shuo and the others went. At that time, I only had eyes for Long Haochen. My opponent was also Long Haochen. I released the power of the heaven-defying demon dragon pillar. In the end, Long Haochen asked me to tell you that he was waiting for your arrival. The 6,000 years of the Dark Age is about to end. He also said that he didn't kill me because he owed you a favor for not killing his companions in the Star Demon Tower." The demon emperor slowly took a deep breath. The dark gold color in his eyes slowly disappeared. In the depths of his eyes, there was an extremely special fluctuation of emotions, complicated and struggling. Agars had been silently observing the demon emperor. The other demon gods didn't dare to disturb him. After a long while, the demon emperor waved at the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus. Asmodeus understood and carried a Bao away. He really didn't want to stay in front of the demon emperor for too long. The pressure was too great. What a pity. The demon emperor didn't get angry. Instead, he let out a sigh. "Your Majesty, are you feeling pity for a Bao? His Highness the Crown Prince still has a chance to recover. After this war is over, I am willing to do my best to assist your Majesty in treating the Crown Prince." The Moon Demon Agar said. The demon emperor shook his head and said, "I'm not feeling pity for him. A Bao's personality is stubborn. His lack of vision of the overall situation has always been his fatal weakness. I wanted to influence him subtly, but he still couldn't get out of his own nightmare. That's why he lost today. He no longer has the qualifications to become the future Lord of Demons. What I'm feeling pity for is that the conflict between me and Long Haochen is completely irreconcilable. Otherwise, at this point, the demon emperor paused. Agar's body suddenly trembled. He thought of a possibility because he suddenly remembered what the demon emperor had said in the Star Demon Tower. The demon emperor waved his hand and said, "Let's go. I want to see how this Long Haochen will end the Dark Age." As he said that, he stepped out of the void and landed back in his dragon carriage. The ones responsible for carrying the dragon carriage were the 32 black dragon guards. More than 1,000 figures set off again. Without the demon emperor's orders, their speed increased sharply and they went straight north. The Moon Demon Agars was worthy of being the second-ranked demon god. In the process of advancing, he had sent several moon devils to the capital of the 6 northern provinces to control the situation. It seemed like he was taking power, but everything was given in front of the demon emperor, so he appeared to be open and above board. The demon emperor seemed to be completely unaware of all this. He just sat quietly in the dragon carriage, seemingly thinking about something. Temple Federation, Southeast Fortress, Operations Department. Xiao Yonghao sat at the head of the table. Although he had passed the position of Warrior Temple Master to Wang Yuanyuan, he was still the one in charge of the Warrior Temple at the moment. On the left side sat the 9 Eternal Heroes, and on the right side sat the powerhouses of the Warrior Temple. From the way these powerhouses of the Warrior Temple looked at each other, it could be seen that they were extremely respectful to the 9 Eternal Heroes. The reason was very simple. These 9 Eternal Heroes were all warriors, and the inheritors they had chosen were also in this Southeast Fortress. They were the children of the warrior temple's higher-ups. Moreover, among these 9 warriors, the highest cultivation base was rank 9 level 4, and the lowest was rank 9 level 3. Any one of them was an absolute powerhouse in the warrior temple. Through this period of contact, the upper echelons of the warrior temple, from Qiu Yonghao down, could be said to be full of admiration for these 9 eternal heroes. These 9 experts of the previous generation had never revealed their identities to them, nor had they participated in any major decisions. They had always obeyed Qiu Yonghao's commands. At the same time, when they were teaching their successors, they were not stingy in passing on their own cultivation and combat experiences to other outstanding young disciples of the warrior temple. They were not stingy at all, only passing on some of their unique techniques to their successors. It was foreseeable that with the teachings of these 9 ancestors, the growth of the younger generation of the warrior temple would definitely be much stronger than that of Qiu Yonghao's generation. These 9 eternal heroes had received the highest respect from all the higher-ups. The demon god of necromancy, Samikina, has led 16 demon gods and commanded an elite army of 500,000 demons. They are approaching us day and night. According to intelligence, they will arrive at the southeast fortress in about 3 days. Today, I've invited all of you here to discuss the specific countermeasures. Qiu Yonghao's words made the atmosphere in the Department of War tense up. Although they had long guessed that as the fortress closest to Demonic City, the Demon Emperor would probably make them a priority target, the arrival of the demon army still made the higher-ups of the warrior temple very nervous. After all, in the past, the southeast fortress where the warrior temple was located had received the most attacks. At the same time, it was also the weakest of the 6 major fortresses. This time, the demon army had come in a menacing manner. There were as many as 16 demon gods. One could imagine how much pressure the warrior temple was under. Is the information accurate, Lord Qiu? Among the 9 eternal heroes, the old man sitting at the head of the table asked in a deep voice. Qiu Yonghao nodded and said, "The information is very accurate. It was sent by the chairman. At the same time, according to the signs of the intelligence we've received, we've verified it with each other. The reliability of the information is very high. Senior Yi, do you have any suggestions?" The old man, with a cultivation base of level 4, was Yi Sammy. He shook his head slightly and said, "We're only responsible for fighting. You could decide the strategy and tactics. However, I like to remind you that the current warrior temple is a mix of the 6 major professions. It's different from before. There should be some changes in the strategy and tactics." "Yes," Qiu Yonghao replied respectfully. He was not afraid of the undead demon god Samikina now. Now, in the southeast fortress, there are more than 100,000 of the 6 major professions and nearly 500,000 troops. In terms of numbers, they were not inferior to the demons at all. Even if the demons were an extremely elite army, the southeast fortress had received favorable policies from the Federation after the last Holy War. The defense was built to be stronger than before. There were also 9 eternal heroes in charge. It was impossible to fight the demons head-on the plains, but Qiu Yonghao had great confidence and confidence in defending the southeast fortress. A series of orders were quickly arranged. According to Long Haochen's overall strategic arrangement, if the southeast fortress was attacked by the demon army, there was only one goal, and that was to defend. That was to delay the demon army here and minimize their own losses as much as possible. That was enough. The same strategic arrangement also appeared in the Wanshou Pass where the Soul Temple was located. The Wanshou Pass did not receive much military support, but the Jialing Pass where the Magic Temple was located had always been the most difficult to break through among the 6 major fortresses. In addition, after the profession changed this time, the Wanshou Pass also had all 6 major professions. Chen Hongbo also had the support of 9 eternal heroes. He was absolutely confident. Not only did he want to defend, but he also wanted to counterattack. With the constant mobilization of the armies of the humans and demons, the atmosphere of the entire holy demon continent was getting more and more tense. However, the first battle to break out was not the collision between the 2 armies, but the top forces of the thousands of demons commanded by the Demon Emperor. Relying on their powerful strength, they crossed almost half of the demon's territory and arrived outside the dragon-resisting pass. The demon army commanded by the necromancer demon god and the infernal demon god had not yet reached their respective fortresses. The dragon-resisting pass was already in sight. The moon demon Agars came to the side of the demon emperor's dragon carriage and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, should we attack immediately?" Or, the demon emperor said indifferently, "There is no hurry. Didn't that long Houchin deliberately lure me here? All right, I will see him first. Let's find a flat place to set up camp here." "Yes," Agars said and quickly conveyed the demon emperor's order. Although the moon demon Agars was the second demon god, he was now like the chief steward of the entire army. The will of the demon emperor was completely fulfilled by him. This place was still 50 li away from the dragon-resisting pass. In the biting cold wind, exquisite tents made of cowhide were quickly set up in the wilderness. Strength was good. Even the speed at which the tents were set up was very fast. If it was in an ordinary army, a 7-step powerhouse would already have a very high status. However, in this army, an 8-step powerhouse could only do odd jobs. Among the thousands of demons, there was no 7-step powerhouse at all. The lowest cultivation base was at the 8th step. Over 1,000 8-step demons. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Even the 6 major human temples combined might not be able to gather such a number. An 8-step powerhouse could only share a tent with 2 people. Only a 9-step powerhouse had the qualifications to have a tent alone. As for the demon gods' tents, they were all dark gold in color. The largest naturally belonged to the demon emperor, making the tent look like a palace. This was the best way to describe the demon emperor's tent. Over 1,000 demons in this windy and snowy northern region. When night fell, they were really not obvious. However, when all the tents were set up and the demons moved in, the dragon-resisting pass was the first to notice them. It was impossible not to notice them because they were really too eye-catching. 19 light pillars instantly lit up. Each light pillar had a different color and size, but even the shortest light pillar was 100 meters high, and the tallest purple light pillar was nearly 1,000 meters high. These were the demon god pillars of the moon demon god Agars and the other 19 demon gods that came with the demon god emperor. When these 19 demon god pillars appeared, their radiance blossomed in the wilderness, causing the entire dragon-resisting mountain pass to shake. Except for the eternal heroes, all the powerhouses in the dragon-resisting pass had never seen such a magnificent scene. The 19 demon god pillars represented the arrival of 19 demon gods outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass. More importantly, these 19 demon god pillars were arranged in a circle, and in the middle of them, a dark golden light was faintly discernible, connecting the heavens and the earth, just like a heavenly pillar that supported the heavens. Although it was not clear, the majesty it exuded was something that the 19 demon god pillars combined could not compare to. Not to mention others. Even the Temple Federation chairman, the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters leader Long Houchin, was deeply shocked when he saw this scene outside the dragon-resisting pass. Knowing was one thing, but seeing it with his own eyes was another matter. Although he looked calm on the surface, in his heart, he still felt like he was suppressing something. The demon emperor, the invincible existence of the holy demon continent, had finally arrived, and he would finally confront this terrifying existence. The high-level knights, Templars of the dragon-resisting pass, were all solemn at this time, and even the eternal heroes were no exception. The news of Long Houchin leading the Dagger Corps and returning victorious from the demons immediately spread to the dragon-resisting pass, and it was fully publicized to the entire Federation. As the Federation chairman, Long Houchin's prestige skyrocketed, and coupled with the previous propaganda of the magic video, Long Houchin's influence was many times stronger than when he first became the Federation chairman. The humans and the demons had been fighting for 6,000 years, and they had never had such a great victory. But at this moment, looking at the 20 demon god pillars in the distance, the joy of the previous victory was swept away. A stage victory and the final victory were never the same thing. As long as the Demon Emperor was still there, and he was still that invincible existence, then for the humans, there was almost no way to turn the tables. On the surface, it seemed that the Demon Emperor had brought 200 Ninth Order powerhouses and more than 1,000 Eighth Order powerhouses, but in reality, the biggest threat and deterrent to the dragon-resisting pass was only the Demon Emperor himself. The power accumulated for thousands of years was not something that could be fully confident just by mustering up the courage. The atmosphere in the dragon-resisting pass was frighteningly heavy. Long, how, Chun, a low and deep voice sounded, and the sound waves rumbled. The terrifying aura seemed to have caused the entire dragon-resisting pass to tremble slightly. Seeing that the Demon Emperor and the demons had set up camp in the distance, the high-level Knights Templars originally thought that he would not attack immediately. But at this time, when the voice reached them, everyone was subconsciously shocked, and their eyes all focused on Long Houchin. Separated by 50 miles, the Demon Emperor's voice seemed to be right in front of them. Long Houchin's eyes slightly narrowed, and a profound light shone in the depths of his eyes. His toes touched the ground, and his body floated up, the 6 golden wings on his back stretched out, and suddenly Yulong Pass was illuminated in a shining gold. Demon, God, Emperor. Long Houchin's voice was very calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion, and similarly spread far away. As he spoke, his body slowly flew higher into the sky, and at the same time, an intense lustrous white beam of light descended from the sky, falling behind Long Houchin. The sky suddenly became as bright as daytime, and the lustrous white light instantly spread out, forcibly dispelling the darkness of the night. At least the dragon-resisting pass was completely covered by this pure aura and also calmed the fear in people's hearts. In the center of the lustrous white light, a 9-colored halo began to spread out. The 9 colors were so dazzling, sacred, and noble, and even more so had a kind of high and mighty majesty. In the center of this 9-colored light, a huge throne of God, more than 100 feet high, appeared in midair. The 9-colored light had a special aura, and the 9 colors were shining, but there was not the slightest hint of chaos. Vaguely, behind the throne of God, the 9 colors gradually formed a circle of light, and the body of the throne gradually turned into the color of a white jade sculpture. On the back of the throne, there were tiny reliefs everywhere, giving people a kind of indescribable beauty. At the top, there were the sun, moon, and stars, and in the middle there were birds and beasts, and connected to the throne, there were scenes of nature. On the armrests of the throne, there was a statue of sacred dragon and a 12-winged angel. Bathed in the light of the throne, the experts of the dragon-resisting pass felt the fear in their hearts disappear and could no longer feel the pressure brought by the 20 demon god pillars in the distance. Long Houchin's body was still standing there, but with his body as the center, a huge humanoid light projection was projected in front of the eternal and creative throne of God. This figure was more than 150 feet high, and it was Long Houchin himself. Although it was only a light projection, but the moment his huge body slowly sat on the eternal and creative throne of God in the dragon-resisting pass, regardless of profession, everyone used their most noble etiquette to pay respect to Long Houchin in the sky. Fanaticism had already replaced the fear in their hearts. The demons have the invincible Demon Emperor, but we humans also have our leader and glorious Knight of the Seal, the Federation President Long Houchin. Long Houchin's action of releasing the eternal and creative throne of God restored the morale of the people of the dragon-resisting pass, and it was also increasing at an astonishing speed. As if stimulated by the aura of the eternal and creative throne of God, in the distance, the Demon Emperor's heaven-defying demon dragon suddenly emitted a dark golden light. Under the illumination of the dark golden light, the Demon Emperor's body slowly grew, growing until it was the same size as Long Houchin, and then stopped. A huge dark golden dragon emerged behind him, turning into a dragon throne that looked even bigger than the eternal and creative throne of God, bearing the body of the Demon Emperor. The speed of your growth surprised me. Not dying in the battle 5 years ago was my biggest mistake. Although separated by dozens of miles, the Demon Emperor's voice was still so clear, as if it was right next to his ear. Long Houchin said indifferently, "A mistake is a mistake. I heard that the star demon Vasak once prophesied that it was your only chance to deal with me. That time, it didn't succeed, which means that the demons will inevitably go to decline. Am I right?" The Demon Emperor's face changed. His reply also slightly paused. "The great prophecy of the star demon Vasak is the demon's top secret. How did Long Houchin know about it? Even among the demons, only a few high-level demon gods have heard of it. With just you." Feng Xiu sneered. He didn't refute Long Houchin's words. As the Demon Emperor, he had never been one to lie. But for some reason, after hearing this reminder from Long Houchin, he felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. That's right, didn't Vasak say that it was their only chance to deal with Long Houchin? If they missed that chance, Long Houchin would definitely become a threat to the survival of the demons. With just me, Long Houchin gave an affirmative answer to the Demon Emperor. He obviously couldn't show any weakness now. Feng Xiu suddenly smiled and said, "Very good. You are indeed the young man I fancy. Whether it is my race or you humans, in your generation, there is indeed no one who can surpass your talent and luck. The current you has indeed become a force to be reckoned with." The Demon Emperor was also praising Long Houchin. Although they were enemies, when the human powerhouses of the dragon-resisting mountain pass heard his words, they couldn't help but feel proud. That was the demon god Emperor, an invincible existence, the #1 expert of the demon race. Whether or not I have become a force to be reckoned with doesn't need you to judge. Since this holy war is unavoidable, I believe that this will be the battle that will change the fate of humanity." Long Houchin coldly said. The demon god Emperor calmly smiled and said, "I'm praising you. What I said is what I'm thinking. You're indeed outstanding, but you're still too young. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time." Long Houchin's eyes suddenly widened. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes. His 150 zhong tall body suddenly seemed extremely sharp, like a drawn bow, ready to burst out with the most powerful attack at any time. "You could try now." While speaking, Long Houchin stood up from the throne of God of eternity and creation. He actually took the initiative to provoke the Demon Emperor, not to mention the human experts of the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Even the other 19 demon gods in the distance were shocked. This Long Houchin was too arrogant. He actually dared to provoke the Demon Emperor. But the Demon Emperor didn't get angry and didn't seem to have any intention to attack. He smiled and said, "You look fierce on the outside, but you are weak on the inside. I said you can't do it, so you can't. You being able to defeat a Bao surprised me, but the gap between you and me is still huge. Since I saw you here, you are already in my bag. However, I actually don't want to kill you. Let me ask you a question. Is Austin Griffin still alive?" Long Houchin smiled, and his smile carried a trace of disdain. "You're so confident that you can kill me, but are you afraid? Of course, Hao Yue is still alive, and he is living very well." The Demon Emperor also smiled and said, "It seems that you have already told me the answer. Yes, I don't deny that Austin Griffin is a huge threat to us demons. Unfortunately, he is connected to you by the blood contract. If you're already dead, how can he still be alive?" Long Houchin laughed and said, "I am dead? Then who is in front of you?" The Demon Emperor said coldly, "Just an undead." Long Houchin shook his head gently and said, "Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, you are too confident. Many times, things are not what you think they are. You say that I am an undead, but what proof do you have?" The Demon Emperor laughed and said, "Proof? Of course not, because you are no longer an undead. It's just that you were once an undead." Long Houchin also smiled and said, "Your Majesty's contradictory words are really laughable." The Demon Emperor shook his head. The Demon God Emperor shook his head. "No, this isn't ridiculous. I can honestly tell you that no matter if it's me or any other demon god, we are indeed afraid of Austin Griffin. However, your situation has already shown me that he is indeed dead. When I shattered your heart in the Star Demon Tower, you were already dead. If I'm not wrong, the reason you were able to stand in front of me again must be because you had some special treasure on you that could gather your soul and not disperse. Perhaps Austin Griffin wasn't really dead at that time. Later on, you used the secret undead technique to come back to life. However, you were just an undead at that time, not a truly living existence. You could preserve your soul and not disperse, but Austin Griffin couldn't. He could only die. You've now returned to being a human because you snatched the divine puppet of the goddess of nature from my hands and used the power of the goddess of nature to regenerate your heart. However, it has already been 5 years since I killed you. 5 years. Austin Griffin should have long been dead. Listening to the Demon Emperor's meticulous analysis, Long Houchin could not help but be stunned for a moment. Yes, according to what the Demon Emperor said and the rules of the blood contract, if he had survived by relying on the Heart of Eternity, Hayue should have died, unless he was not an undead creature. But even he himself did not know what kind of existence he should have been before his heart was regenerated. But the magical Heart of Eternity created by Electrolux made him no different from ordinary people, and even his cultivation was not affected at all. For a moment, Long Houchin's heart was filled with doubts. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor, his expression undoubtedly seemed to verify what he said. Since Austin Griffin is dead, then in fact our biggest disagreement is no longer there. The smile on the Demon God Emperor's face deepened a bit, and he said, although you have part of Austin Griffin's bloodline in your body, following his death, the power of this bloodline will gradually disappear. Since that's the case, I can give you a chance. Long Houchin woke up from his thoughts, and in this brief moment of thinking, he seemed to have grasped something. Was the Austin Griffin that the Demon Emperor was familiar with really the same creature as his Hayue? No, not entirely. The simplest point was that the reason why Hayue was able to survive in the Holy Demon Continent when he was still weak was because of the blood contract with Long Houchin. Not only did Long Houchin's blood flow in Hayue's body, but at the same time, one of his heads that should have been dark had been converted into light attributes. In that case, perhaps everything was different. Long Houchin's guess was completely correct. It was precisely because of the change in attributes that Hayue was able to survive, gradually recover from his injuries, and later evolve again. Light and darkness were two completely opposite forces. Among Hayue's 8 heads, Little Light could be said to be the one closest to Long Houchin, because its power was completely derived from Long Houchin. When Electrolux resurrected Long Houchin, he used the Heart of Eternity to preserve all of Long Houchin's human characteristics, so he couldn't be said to be a true undead. At most, he could be said to be in a half-human, half-undead state. The Heart of Eternity, on the other hand, was formed by concentrating a huge amount of light energy from the constitution of the Son of Light. It was the crystallization of the holy law of necromancy, the Necromancer Calamity Electrolux lifelong research on necromancy. Under the support of the Heart of Eternity, Long Houchin's soul and bloodline were completely restored and even sublimated. No matter how strong the Demon Emperor's cultivation was, he didn't have enough understanding of necromancy. He also didn't know that the one who resurrected Long Houchin was a terrifying existence whose strength was not inferior to his own. Therefore, there was a deviation in his guess. Listening to the Demon Emperor's somewhat gentle voice and his insistence that Hayue was dead, Long Houchin didn't refute. What he needed most now was time. With each passing day, his cultivation would increase by a considerable degree, and at the same time, his arrangements in the Southeast Stronghold and Myriad Beast Pass would be further advanced. Wanting to completely destroy the Demon God Emperor and his terrifying powerhouses outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass was extremely unlikely. His goal was to stall these demon powerhouses here, and the most ideal situation would be to stall them until the battle between the Southeastern Stronghold and the Myriad Beast Pass was over. At that time, the Eternal Hero Alliance, as well as the powerhouses of the 6 sacred temples, would be able to rush over to support him, and that would be the final moment to fight the Demon God Emperor to the death. Chapter 290. His one-on-one policy had earned him the love and respect of the mages, which allowed the mages to quickly integrate into the big family of the Southeast Fortress and get along well with the warriors. On the battlefield, the mages were the sharpest spears, while the warriors around them were their sturdiest shields. Hence, when the lightning spears of the avian demons were hurled towards them, the mages were stunned. The heavy armored shield warriors immediately formed a turtle shell around the southeastern fortress's walls. The mages who hid behind them and were completely blocked by the tower shields did not even see the appearance of the lightning spears. The lightning spears were bounced off one by one, and they were directly bounced off the city walls. The lightning spears of the avian demons had a unique characteristic. In the middle of the lightning spears, there were 4 tiny, wind-stabilizing wings. This was so that the lightning spears could maintain a forward and downward orientation during the throwing process, so that they would not fall horizontally. Now, these 4 tiny wind-stabilizing wings had become the nightmare of the mad demons. Naturally, the lightning spears that were bounced off by the shield warriors would not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. The mad demons had just annihilated 3 waves of magical beasts and suffered heavy losses when they were greeted by thousands of lightning spears falling from the sky. The lightning spears came too suddenly. The mad demons were in a state of frenzy. By the time they noticed the lightning spears falling from the sky, they would be fine if they could dodge them in time. However, those who did not notice them or were not focused enough would be in trouble. At least 2/3 of the 5,000 lightning spears were bounced off the top of the fortress, and at least 1,000 mad demons were killed or injured by the lightning spears. How tragic! However, the mad demons were mad demons after all. Even though they had suffered heavy losses and lost more than 4,000 soldiers, they still fearlessly charged towards the southeast fortress. When they arrived at the bottom of the fortress, they immediately used the spikes that grew out of their arms to pierce into the wall and rapidly climbed up. Although the walls of the southeastern fortress were solid enough, the mad demons could climb up a little with the help of the spikes. The walls that were hundreds of meters high were densely packed with mad demons, and the warlock with the magic eye warlock had finally arrived at this moment. There were more than 13,000 demon eye warlocks, and there was no lack of strong ones among them. Although they were not as fast as the mad demons, they were not that much slower. After all, they had 3 legs. However, the demon eye warlocks were not as brainless as the mad demons. They were very shrewd, and the reason why they did not arrive at the battlefield at the first moment was to let the mad demons attack first. Once they entangled the human defenders on the city wall, the demon eye warlocks would be safer. Their wishful thinking was excellent, so they only arrived at the city at this time. A formidable magic eye warlock with 12 magic eyes on top his head issued a sharp howl. Immediately, all the magic eye warlocks quickly spread out into formation, with the magic eyes on top of their heads aimed at the position of the southeast fortified fortress's city wall. Their magic eyes could only shoot straight rays, so attacking from below the city wall wouldn't be very effective. However, the commander of the magic eye warlocks was very shrewd. His goal was very simple, and that was to directly attack the city wall. With the collective attack of more than 13,000 magic eye warlocks, even if the southeast fortress's city wall was 100 meters thick, it would only take a few concentrated attacks to blast open a gap. Once they lost the obstruction of the city wall, how could the southeast fortress resist the army of 500,000 demons? This move of his was very insidious. Moreover, as soon as he arrived, the 10 magic eye warlocks on top of his head were the first to shoot out, leaving a 1-meter deep scorch mark on the city wall. There was no doubt that this was the target that he had designated for the other magic eye warlocks to attack. If these magic eye warlocks were to really attack repeatedly, it would be a big blow to the southeast fortress. At this time, the mad demons had begun to climb up the city wall, and the avian demons in the air had also learned their lesson. They quickly dispersed into formation, looking for opportunities. How could the southeast fortress stop these magic eye warlocks? Of course, there was a way, because the southeast fortress was no longer the battlefield of the Temple of Warriors, but the Temple of the Federation. A shrill whistle suddenly sounded outside the city. Before the Magic Eye Warlocks could understand what was going on, they saw a large number of Magic Eye Warlocks falling down like wheat being reaped. Figures unexpectedly drilled out of the ground, crazily slaughtering these Magic Eye Warlocks at close range. Assassins, it was assassins. The total number of assassins lying in ambush outside the city was more than 10,000. They had been waiting patiently. After giving way to the mad demons, their target was these Magic Eye Warlocks, who mainly used magic attacks. The Magic Eye Warlocks were tall and had 3 legs, but they were pure magic soldiers. Melee combat was their worst skill. They would never have thought that the threat did not appear in the southeast stronghold, but appeared under their feet. It was like the lurkers of the Liu clan of the demon race, launching a fatal attack on them. The Magic Eye Warlocks were definitely too clever for their own good. If they were following the mad demons, then at this time, the mad demons could still support them a little. But they were completely separated from the mad demons. The position where they launched their attack was still a considerable distance away from the city wall. The mad demons were more focused on moving forward, so they did not notice the crisis on their side at all. 10,000 assassins. What kind of concept was that? These 13,000 Magic Eye Warlocks were almost wiped out under the slaughter of the assassins in less than 3 minutes. Wasn't that right? When magic soldiers encountered assassins at close range, what else could they do other than die? It was just like the result of having an assassin with a dagger standing behind a magician. The necromancer demon god Samanaga, who was watching the battle from afar, had a look of astonishment on his face. Even in his dreams, he had never imagined that this would be the result of his 50,000-strong army. The humans clearly had a premeditated arrangement. Those assassins had obviously been hiding there for a long time. Otherwise, how could they hide from them? Only then did Samakina realize that the southeast fortress had long known of their arrival and was fully prepared. In his opinion, the warrior's temple, which could be broken with less than 3 waves of full-force attacks, had become so hard. Moreover, what made him feel the most crisis was the appearance and number of the enemy summoners, magicians, and assassins. Didn't the 6 major human temples fight on their own? Why were there so many powerhouses from other temples in the southeast fortress? At the same time, when the assassins launched their attack, the mad demons attacking the city wall were also met with a disaster. There were indeed some mad demons that rushed to the top of the southeast fortress, but what awaited them were the sharp blades of the knight and the warriors. How could they pose a threat to the southeast fortress with such a small number of mad demons? It would take more time and more people to wear them down. At this time, thorns grew on the wall of the southeast fortress. Earth thorns protruded from the wall without warning. At this time, the mad demons had almost covered the entire wall of the southeast fortress. On such a wide and tall wall, there were at least 3,000 mad demons climbing at the same time. In the next instant, all 3,000 mad demons were nailed to the wall. The 500 earth magicians who had been holding back for so long finally made their move. When the corpses of the mad demons fell from the wall and caused chaos in the mad demon army, the 10,000 assassins who had ambushed the warlock with the magic eye arrived from the rear. They were accompanied by explosive fireballs that fell from the sky. 25,000 mad demons were surrounded by the southeast fortress's wall. Even if Samakina wanted to rescue them from afar, it would be too late. Rays of golden light fell from the top of the wall and shone on the injured assassins. With the care of the priests, the combat power of the assassins increased exponentially. Their individual strength was already above that of the mad demons. Now that the mad demons were in chaos, and they had the support of the fire magicians and priests, the assassins should not have suffered any more casualties. The avian demons in the air were not fools. They did not dare to approach the southeast fortress again. If they did, they would only become targets for the magicians on the top of the wall. The remaining 6,000 avian demons retreated in panic, leaving only corpses on the ground outside the wall. Cheers instantly burst out from the southeast fortress like a tsunami. From Xiao Yonghao to the most ordinary soldiers, their emotions and morale had been completely ignited at this moment. The humans had been fighting against the demon race for so many years but they had never been able to hold their heads up high like now. Even with the original strength of the Southeast Fortress, the 50,000 demon race definitely couldn't break through it. However, it was also impossible to deal with the combined attack of the Mad Devil race and the Demon Bird race without suffering any losses. The fighting strength of the Mad Devil race and the Demon Bird race was quite good, not to mention the cooperation of a large number of Demon Eye Warlocks. They could be regarded as the elite of the demon race. However, it was different this time. With the cooperation of the 6 major classes, the battle had ended before the priests could even make a move. It was a complete victory. The Mad Demons and Warlock with the Magic Eye were completely annihilated. Almost half of the avian demons were killed. With such a huge loss, even Samakina, who was in command of 500,000 troops, was a little anxious. That was close to 1/10 of the strength. Although it was not the main force, it was still a very important part of the strength. This was the advantage of the cooperation of the 6 major classes. The effect of the cooperation of the 6 major classes was much better than when the 6 major temples fought alone. This was the first time the advantages of the new federation had been shown on the battlefield after the establishment of the Southeastern Fortress. It also made the experts of the 6 major classes feel relieved. In terms of overall strength, they were no match for the demons. However, with the cooperation of the 6 major classes, it would not be easy for the demons to break through the impregnable fortress. The timely intelligence had allowed them to be fully prepared. Samakina was so angry that his face turned ashen. His eyes glowed fiercely. He said, "Two-headed demon vultures, avian demons, flaming demons, wolf demons, leopard demons, spore demons as support. The Earth Dragon Tribe Stealers will move out in stealth mode. I want to see how many more traps they have. Garbo, Storas, Phoenix, the 3 of you will move out to support the army. Even if you can't break through the Southeastern Fortress, you must at least open a gap for me." Yes. 3 demon gods flashed out from the rear and bowed respectfully to Samina. Then their figures flashed, and they transformed into 3 streams of light that flew straight into the sky. The demon race army had launched its attack once again. Compared to the previous time, the demon army this time had a qualitative leap in both quantity and quality. There were more than 100,000 of them. Once again, they rushed towards the Southeastern Fortress. On the ground, the wolf demons and leopard demons rushed forward under the cover of the huge flaming demons. In the sky, the avian demons and 2-headed demon vultures that had retreated previously formed a more powerful attack. More importantly, there were more than a dozen spore demons appearing between them. Not only were the spore demons the fastest flying magic soldiers of the demons, but they also had a strong restraining effect on the enemy. That annoying mucus was something that humans were afraid of no matter what class they were. Moreover, the demon army this time was led by a demon god. It was a world of difference compared to the previous tentative attacks. Looking at the terrifying demon army in the distance, Qiu Yonghao's expression changed. If it was in the past, such an army of demons would have been enough to cause heavy losses to the Southeastern Fortress, or even the risk of being breached. The 72 demon god pillars of the demons had different forms, but they did not often appear on the battlefield. Therefore, even as the former temple master of the warrior temple, Qiu Yonghao did not know the strength of the 3 demon gods. However, from the 3 demon god pillars that lit up in the distance, he could tell that the 3 demon gods were definitely not at the bottom of the ranking. "Temple Master Qiu, don't worry. I know these 3 demon gods." Yi Sanmi, who was standing beside Qiu Yonghao, said in a deep voice. All the eternal heroes were wearing a large black cloak that completely covered their bodies. Hearing Yi Sanmi's calm voice, Qiu Yonghao could not help but feel a little guilty. In the face of the powerful demons, he was still not calm enough. That's the 33rd demon god of the demons, Garbo, the 36th demon god of the demons, Storas, and the 37th demon god of the demons, Phoenix. These 3 guys mainly support and magic. They're quite useful on the battlefield, but their individual combat abilities are average. Although Yi Sanmi had been in hibernation for thousands of years, his knowledge of the demon gods was much better than the higher-ups of the warrior temple. Among the 72 demons, Other than the name of the demon emperor, the names of the other demon gods would never change. In other words, no matter which generation the moon demon was from, they would always be called Agars, and the star demon would always be called Vesak. That was why he could name the three demon gods. Hearing the names, the information of the three demon gods immediately flashed in Qiu Yonghao's mind. He said in a deep voice, Garbo's title is the arcane demon god. He's good at casting arcane magic. He's mainly support. Among the 72 demons, he's almost the only one who's all support. His individual combat ability is very weak, but he's ranked 33rd. This shows how strong he is in the support aspect. Stora's title is the Cursed Demon God. He's good at all kinds of curse magic. He's very annoying. Phoenix's title is the Dark Phoenix. He's good at fire and dark magic. Although he's ranked last among the three demon gods, his combat ability is the strongest. After reciting the abilities of the three demon gods, Qiu Yonghao's heart sank a little. The role that the three demon gods could play on the battlefield was absolutely terrifying. It was clear that the necromancer demon god Samakina did not really lose his cool because of the failure just now. This wave of enemy attack was not easy to resist. Leave Garbo and the spore demons to me, Yi Sammy said calmly. Yi Sammy said faintly, the demons don't know of our existence. Since that's the case, I'll give them a gift. However, I only have one chance, so I can only take care of one of the three demon gods. Once I attack one, the other two will definitely use demon god transformation. It'll be a tough battle. While they were discussing and arranging their tactics, the demon army in the distance was getting closer and closer. The arcane demon god Garbo did not look much different from human. He had a head of long dark blue hair and was wearing a luxurious silver robe. However, his appearance was a little wretched. He had an aquiline nose and toad eyes. He was holding a thick blue staff in his hand. His flight was completely based on his control of the elements. He did not have wings. As he flew forward, Garbo chanted a spell. Soon, a layer of dark blue light shrouded the demon army below. Immediately, the nearly 10,000 demons at the front were covered by the blue light. Their speed suddenly increased. Arcane spell, group agility spell. As a pure support spell, the arcane demon god Garbo support spell had a huge range that no other mage could compare to. His casting speed was very fast. After the group agility spell, another layer of red light shrouded the flaming demon caterpillars, wolf demons, and leopard demons. This time, it was the group brute force spell. That was only the beginning. If he continued to cast his arcane spells, the combat power of the demon army would at least double, and their survivability on the battlefield would be greatly enhanced. This was under the premise that Garbo did not use demon god transformation. The duration of demon god transformation was limited. Obviously, he wanted to use it at the most critical moment of the battle. However, he did not know that he had already become Yi Sammy's target. Unlike Garbo, Stokes and Phoenix had not made their moves yet. This was because their casting range was not as far as Garbo's, and they were all targeting their opponents. Therefore, it would be better for them to cast their spells closer to the southeast fortress. At this moment, Garbo was still 5 kilometers away from the southeast fortress. Even single-target forbidden spells could rarely attack from such a distance. Therefore, he did not realize that he would be threatened. At the top of the southeast fortress, Yi Sammy took off his cloak, revealing an old face. His iron-gray skin had a metallic texture, but his eyes were very strange. They did not look like the eyes of undead creatures at all. His emerald eyes were crystal clear, and there were only tiny emerald flames dancing in the depths of his pupils. Yi Sammy raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. A huge bow suddenly appeared in his hand. The bow was longer than his height. Its entire body was dark gold, but the bowstring was faintly colored. As soon as the bow appeared, Qiu Yonghao, who was very close to it, felt as if his soul was being sucked in. There were many gorgeous patterns on the bow, but they were cleverly concealed by the dark gold luster. Yi Sammy held the middle section of the bow with his left hand and slowly lifted it in front of him. He placed his right hand on the bowstring and drew the bow slowly without any arrows. The moment he began to draw the bow, Qiu Yonghao subconsciously took a few steps back, and the people around him could not help but step aside. There seemed to be an invisible airflow rising from Yi Sammy's body like a rising flame. As he drew the bow, there was also an invisible airflow surging. However, the strange thing was that both the dark gold on the bow and the bowstring dimmed and became inconspicuous. Is this a godly weapon? Qiu Yonghao was experienced and knowledgeable. He could tell at a glance that this huge bow was extraordinary. He could not help but gasp. This eternal hero actually had a godly weapon, and it seemed to be not only an ancient godly weapon, but also related to the elves. Some of the patterns on the bow were unique to the ancient elves. Qiu Yonghao could not tell what they were, but he could tell that they were related to the elves. Jiapa's third arcane spell was about to be completed. He was an individual demon god without his own race. Therefore, he did not care much about the deaths of the mad demons and the magic eye warlock. He was just very disdainful of Samakina's command. In terms of overall control, as an arcane demon god, he had always thought of himself as the best in the world. However, because he did not have direct combat power, he had never been able to become the commander of the front line. Therefore, he felt a little depressed in his heart. Finally, it was time for him to enter the battlefield. The arcane demon god Jiapa was ready to go all out and let all the demons see the power of his pure support. At this moment, Jiapa's heart suddenly tightened, and the spell he was chanting was automatically interrupted. He only felt as if his heart was being clenched by an invisible hand, and he could not help but groan slightly. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the southeast fortress. What he saw was a pair of dark green eyes and a huge bow. Impossible! What kind of bow and arrow could reach such a long distance? While Jiabo was still in a state of shock, unable to believe that the other party was able to attack him, an emerald flame suddenly soared into the sky from the top of the southeastern fortress, reaching a height of over 100 meters. The sudden appearance of the flames gave the demons a fright. Immediately afterward, a 7-color ray of light shot out like a meteor from the dark green light. The target is me. Jiapa roared in his heart. The strong sense of crisis in his heart made him activate the power of his demon god pillar in an instant. In the demon's camp, the demon god pillar belonging to the arcane demon god, Jiapa, suddenly burst out with a strong dark blue luster. The runes on the demon god pillar seemed to come to life as they instantly rose into the sky, forming an even larger symbol that flew straight at Jiapa in the distance. However, Jiapa's discovery was still a little too late. The moment the colorful light shot out from the giant bow, the air 100 meters in front of Yi Sammi made a buzzing sound. The colorful light flew for less than 100 meters before disappearing in the air. Jiabo's demon god transformation wasn't slow, but just as the huge dark blue rune flew to his back and started to fuse with his body, Jiabo suddenly stopped. The air in front of him suddenly split open, and a colorful light appeared instantly. The only thing Jiapa could do in time was use his huge blue staff to block the attack. However, the colorful light disappeared again in the next instant. The huge symbol behind Jiapa quickly merged with his body, causing it to expand rapidly. Hundreds of runes also appeared and circled around his body. Those were the combination runes of arcane spells. In the demon god transformation state, the power of arcane spells that Jiapa cast would be more than doubled. However, the arcane demon god was currently hovering there motionlessly with a blank look in his eyes. He was still staring into the distance with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The cursed demon god Stokes and the dark phoenix also sensed that something was wrong. The two demon gods immediately activated their respective demon god transformations without hesitation. The cursed demon god, Stokes, let out a caw-caw sound, and a pair of black wings instantly unfurled. Under the illumination of the orange-red demon god pillar in the distance, his originally humanoid body transformed into a giant crow with a wingspan of 10 meters. Both his eyes and beak were orange-red. The Dark Phoenix's demon god transformation was much more gorgeous. His body was more than 20 meters long, and his wingspan was even wider. His dazzling black body was covered in dark golden flame patterns. He had transformed into a dark phoenix. However, their demon god transformations did not affect Giappa at all. At the same time as they transformed, streaks of colorful light began flowing out of Giappa's body. Soon after, with a loud bang, Giappa's body suddenly exploded in the center of the arcane runes. Countless streaks of colorful light shot out, scaring the cursed demon god Stokes and the dark phoenix so much that they quickly dodged. The arcane demon god Giappa, who was ranked 33rd among the demons, became the first demon god to perish on the battlefield since the start of the war. Samikina, who had been sitting steadily in his seat, stood up abruptly with a hint of horror in his eyes. One had to know that although Jabo was not good at fighting, his cultivation was Tier 9 level 3. If he combined with the Demon God Pillar and used the Demon God transformation, he could even have the combat power of Tier 9 level 5 or above. The support of the entire battlefield was also very strong, but he was killed by the enemy in a second. Didn't they say that there were no god weapons in the warrior temple? However, the colorful light just now was clearly produced by a god weapon, a god-level bow and arrow on the battlefield. The most terrifying artifact was undoubtedly the magic staff that could amplify one's magic. However, the greatest threat to an individual was the bow. The appearance of a legendary bow could be said to be a huge threat to any deity, including the 4th-ranked necromancer deity, Samanaga. This southeastern fortress was much more difficult to attack than he had imagined. Samanaga's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. Clang! The huge bow fell to the ground. Isami held the bow firmly in his left hand, but the light in his eyes had dimmed significantly. It was obvious that it was not easy for him to shoot the arrow that killed the demon god. However, the arrow had greatly boosted the morale of the entire southeastern fortress. The enemy had already arrived. As a powerful race that combined magic and physical attacks, the fire demon centipedes began to hurl fireballs at the top of the city wall as soon as they arrived. At the same time, they used their tall and sturdy bodies to protect the wolf demons and leopard demons behind them. The earth element spell, Rockfall, descended from the sky and bombarded the area in front of the walls. The elemental stones would disappear automatically after being bombarded, so they would not become stepping stones for the demons. 500 earth element mages attacked at the same time, temporarily stopping the enemies on the ground. However, the wolf demons had tough bodies and strong combat strength, while the leopard demons were extremely fast. Therefore, the Rockfall spell could only do limited damage to them, and could only prevent them from attacking the walls. After Yi Sammy's attack, Chiao Yonghao had completely regained his composure. He gave orders one after another, and the front of the walls was filled with shield warriors. Inside the fortress, the Knight Army had already assembled, ready to leave the fortress at any time. The Knight Army was most useful in the wilderness. The Fire Element Mage's main task was to deal with the enemy's air force. The two-headed demon Vulture and the Bird Demon had arrived at the same time. The Bird Demon was good at physical attacks, while the two-headed demon Vulture was good at both dark and fire magic attacks, as well as some physical attacks. They posed a great threat to the southeast fortress. However, Yi Sammy's arrow was too powerful. Therefore, the flying demons slowed down significantly. Even the cursed demon God Stokes and the Dark Phoenix did not get too close to the walls. Even if they used demon god transformation, they could not guarantee that they would be able to escape and scathe from the terrifying attack of the godly bow. Although Yi Sammy had only killed one demon god, it could be said that he had reduced the effectiveness of the 3 demon gods to the minimum by himself. The necromancer demon god Samikina had switched to commanding the battle. He said, "Biflons, Hagati, you two go help Stokes and Phoenix." Yes. 2 majestic figures flashed out from behind Samikina. They turned into black and brownish-yellow lights, respectively, and flew toward the battlefield. The monster demon god Biflons was ranked 46th among the 72 demon god pillars. He was 10 meters tall and looked like a magnified version of the god's whisk. He was very strong in close combat, but he did not know any magic. His body was made of copper, and his bones were made of iron. He had an amazing defense. The ox demon god Hagati was ranked 48th among the 72 demon god pillars. He was a giant ox and was one of the most skilled in defense. The reason why Samakina sent them out was simple. He wanted to protect the cursed demon god and the dark phoenix demon god, who had relatively weak defense. He wanted them to be able to unleash their magic power to the fullest on the battlefield and turn the situation around. The monster demon god and the ox demon god had a much easier time dealing with the arrows. Just as Samakina sent the two demon gods to the front as reinforcements, the attack on the southeast fortress was already in full swing. When the Earth Magician's magic power was running low, the wolf and panther demons had already started attacking the fortress. They were the main combat race of the demons and were very powerful. The fire demon manises were not good at climbing, but once they reached the top of the wall, they would be a great threat to the warriors on the wall. The shield warriors bravely stood at the front and clashed with the wolf and panther demons. Although the warrior temple's professionals were the weakest among the 6 temples, they were also the most numerous. The shield warriors stood at the front while the berserkers stood at the back. They fought the wolf, demons, and panther demons to the death. The upper echelons of the warrior temple all appeared on the battlefield. No matter how strong the wolf and panther demons were, they were no match for warriors above the 6th grade. A huge golden sword light swept across the top of the wall. All the wolf and panther demons, as well as the few fire demon manises that had just climbed up the wall, were sliced in half at the waist. It was Qiu Yonghao. The warriors above the 8th grade stood on the battlements, preventing the wolf and panther demons from taking a single step forward. However, the demons' attacks from the air had also arrived. The twin-headed demon vulture's magic and the bird demon lightning spears continuously rained down on the southeast fortress, causing damage to the Federation Temple's army. Fortunately, Qiu Yonghao's one-on-one strategy was very successful. The magicians were well protected, but they were not strong enough to fight back against the enemies in the air. What surprised Samakina was that for some reason, the southeast fortress's strongest defensive weapon, the magic cannons, did not show their power. It was as if they had all disappeared into thin air. This caused the demon's air force to be even stronger. A warrior fell to the ground with his throat slit. Instantly, a gap appeared on the wall, but the berserkers behind quickly blocked it with their bodies. Magicians used the detection spell. They're earth dragons. One detection spell after another quickly flashed on the city wall. Sure enough, a large number of earth dragons appeared on the battlefield between the panther demons and the wolf demons. Even with the illumination of the detection spell, the invisible earth dragons were like transparent clouds. It was very difficult to detect them in this battle, and the casualties on the southeast fortress's wall immediately increased. In the sky, the monster demon god and the terror ox demon god were finally in position. Under their protection, the dark phoenix and cursed demon godstokes finally approached the city wall. They were also preparing their magic. At this point in the battle, the demons finally gained the upper hand with their powerful aerial and aerial strength. A dark green light suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. As it slid down from the sky, it left a twisted path in its wake. The cursed demon godstoke's eyes were filled with malevolence as he said, "Die, you despicable humans. You actually killed Jaibo. I want to see how you're going to defend against my corrosive swamp." The name sounded very simple, but this was a true forbidden spell. It was a forbidden spell filled with the power of a curse. It was not only targeted at humans, but also the city wall. However, it was also at this moment that a fiery red figure suddenly leaped from the top of the city wall. A pair of huge flaming wings spread open, propelling his body toward the dark green light with lightning speed. The weapon in his hand was a spear. As he pointed the spear forward, a translucent fiery red crystal suddenly appeared on the tip of the spear. The fiery red crystal pierced into the dark green light ball. The dark green light ball paused in the air as if it was about to explode. However, the fiery red crystal that pierced into it exploded first. It was a mixture of red and green flames, and it instantly rose into the air, forming a huge fireball in the sky. Immediately afterward, the fiery red figure pointed the spear in his hand toward the distant sky. Chapter 291. As the red figure pointed the spear in his hand towards the sky, the red and green flames instantly turned into a huge pillar of fire, directly charging into the twin-headed demon vulture camp not far away. Over 100 twin-headed demon vultures let out miserable shrieks under the terrifying flames. Even if the demon gods wanted to rescue them, they wouldn't be able to do so in time. It was a warrior. His entire body was covered in fiery red armor. The long spear in his hand was also fiery red. Blazing flames rose from it. However, his body seemed a little illusory because of the high temperature around his body. It was impossible to see his face clearly. What a powerful warrior. The 4 demon gods in the sky were all shocked. Although they weren't afraid of such an opponent, the warrior's cultivation level still shocked them. That attack looked like a crystal, but it was clearly a domain skill. Otherwise, how could the cursed demon god's forbidden spell, which had been charged up for so long, be so easily dispelled? The terror ox demon god Hajati let out a loud roar, and his huge body instantly expanded to 100 meters. His weapon was a huge staff, which also expanded along with his body. It completely protected the cursed demon god Stokes behind him. The huge cudgel swept out, heading straight for the fiery red warrior. The warrior snorted coldly, pointing the spear in his hand forward. At the same time, his body instantly exploded, and the spear brought a ring of fire with it as it rose into the sky. The fire dragon spun rapidly as it flew into the sky, while the warrior himself flashed and landed on the city wall, avoiding the terror ox demon god Hajati's staff. The ring of fire exploded in the sky, turning into flaming blades that shot out in all directions. Instantly, they heavily struck the twin-headed demon vultures again, and another 100 twin-headed demon vultures perished under this attack. The terror ox demon god was enraged. Relying on his powerful defense, he didn't care about the spells shooting at him from the city wall at all. Behind him, the shadow of a huge bull slowly appeared. The bull was brownish-yellow in color, with only a pair of white eyes. A terrifying aura instantly rose, and the thick muscles on Hajati's body began to bulge, mixing with the thick veins, causing his already huge body to become even more terrifying. The huge staff in his hand also turned into a beam of light, the brownish-yellow light shining brightly. Demon God Transformation. As one of the deity wardens who was most adept at attacking, he displayed his most tyrannical strength in the sky above the southeastern fortress. At the same time, he descended toward the southeastern fortress and smashed the huge rod in his hand that was over 150 meters long and 10 meters in diameter at the city wall. If he were to hit the wall, not to mention the number of casualties, perhaps he would blast a huge hole in the entire southeastern fortress's city wall. At this moment, a yellow figure suddenly appeared in midair. This yellow figure looked very strange. His upper body was bare, and his skin was iron gray. However, his entire body was emitting an intense yellow light. His majestic muscles appeared powerful and beautiful. The weapon in his hand was also a long staff. His bald head reflected the yellow light emitted from his body, and his eyes were burning with yellow flames. Facing such a terrifying strike from the terrible demon god, he actually used the staff in his hand to meet it. One had to know that the size and aura of the two sides were completely disproportionate. Boom! A thunderclap sounded in the sky above the southeastern fortress. The deafening sound caused the soldiers on both sides to tremble violently. There was even a momentary pause on the battlefield. A shocking scene appeared. The terrible demon god Hajati's body was sent flying over 1,000 meters away. Although the bald warrior was also sent flying, he quickly stabilized his body in the air. Atai? Heavens! A human warrior is actually on par with the terrible demon god Hajati in terms of strength. This is simply unbelievable. One must not forget that Hajati had already cast the demon god transformation, and his strength had reached its strongest state. Even if he was not particularly adept in combat, his physical strength could still be ranked in the top 10 among the demons. Hee, this is satisfying. The bald warrior laughed out loud. His body flashed, and he took the initiative to charge at the terrible demon god Hajati. The fiery red figure from before also reappeared on the battlefield, and he went straight for the cursed demon god Stokes. Without a doubt, these two warriors were war god-level powerhouses. Moreover, they were not inferior to the cursed demon god and the terrible demon god in a one-on-one situation. In fact, their attributes seemed to be slightly suppressing each other. This made the necrotic demon god Samakina, who was commanding the battle from afar, pay attention to them. The southeastern fortress actually has such powerhouses? Samakina was a little surprised. Just like how the Temple Federation understood the demons also had a deep understanding of the powerhouses of the Temple Federation. Samakina was very clear about how many Tier 9 powerhouses there were in the Warrior Temple. However, in his impression, the Fire and Earth warriors did not seem to have such powerful existences. With his cultivation base, he could naturally see that the bald warrior was able to contend with the terrible demon god Hajati in terms of strength, because he was a domain master. Moreover, the domain master should be able to amplify one's strength, which was why he could be on par with the demon god Hajati in his demon god transformation. Hajati was ranked 48th, and he still did not have his own domain. With his level 2 Tier 9 cultivation base and the demon god transformation, he did not have much of an advantage over his opponent. If he could not defeat his opponent in the demon god transformation state, he would most likely be at a disadvantage once the demon god transformation wore off. The Fire Warrior's combat strength was even stronger. Not only did he have a domain, but he also had a domain skill. Fire was not as effective against curses as light, but fire at the level of a domain skill was a different story. It would not be easy for the cursed demon god Stokes to defeat his opponent while he was in close combat. Fortunately, the monster demon god Biflons and the Dark Phoenix had not encountered any problems yet. A large patch of dark flames had already descended on the fortress. At this moment, the role of the priest was revealed. A layer of golden light was propped up above the fortress, resisting the erosion of the dark flames. On the other hand, Yi Sanmi, who was on top of the fortress, raised his godly bow again, his eyes fixed on Phoenix, who was casting magic. The scene of Jabwa being killed in an instant brought great psychological pressure to Phoenix, so much so that his magic was actually interrupted once. He quickly dodged behind the monster demon god Biflons and calmed down. Biflons did not dare to attack the fortress just like that. His priority was to protect Phoenix. Among the demon gods, ranking determined status. Although Phoenix, who was ranked 37th, did not have his own domain, his status was much higher than Biflons, who was ranked 46th. It could be said that Yi Sammy had single-handedly killed a demon god and effectively restrained two demon gods, causing the Phoenix demon god's combat power to be greatly reduced, and the monster demon god, Biflons, did not dare to attack the city. Until now, most of the eternal heroes in the southeastern fortress had not made a move yet. They were hiding their strength. An old man beside Chiao Yonghao, who had just killed a large number of enemies with his sword domain, asked in a low voice, "Temple Master Chiao, should we use our arrangements?" This old man was also an eternal hero. There were two other people beside him. Although their bodies were covered by large cloaks, the elemental waves around them were extremely viscous. "No, we can't do it now. The demons have not made a move yet," Chiao Yonghao said in a deep voice. At this moment, he had completely calmed down. After witnessing the strength of the eternal heroes, Chiao Yonghao's confidence had greatly increased. With these eternal heroes holding the fort, how many chances did the necromancer demon god Samakina have? As he spoke, Chiao Yonghao leaped into the air and threw himself into the battle. As the former temple master of the warrior temple, he had comprehended the mysteries of sword intent and sword domain. He was extremely destructive on the battlefield. In order to avoid more casualties, Chiao Yonghao led a group of warriors above the Tier 6 into the air and stood with the avian demon and the twin-headed demon vulture. The battlefield was in a stalemate. As the priests resisted the magic, the casualties of the humans gradually increased. Samakina looked at the situation on the battlefield coldly. For some reason, he felt like he had missed something. Since the beginning of the war, he had invested 150,000 soldiers. Although they were not the strongest races under his control, it was close to a third of his forces. Judging from the current situation, it was quite advantageous for them. The southeast fortress was in a stalemate. He believed that as long as more soldiers were invested, the battle would definitely develop in a one-sided manner. However, he was not anxious at all. He did not feel too much pity for his elite army. He only cared about his own people. What did the lives of other races have to do with him? The more they died, the more his people would benefit from plundering the resources of the humans. Currently, apart from the 100,000 demons, most of the races that were not sent to the battlefield were races with demon god totems. Although Samakina had a high status and authority, he still had to give the other demon gods some face. Otherwise, it would not look good if the demon emperor found out. The southeast fortress has begun, Long Tianyin said to Long Haochen. The grandfather and grandson were in a small meeting room. Apart from them, the members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn monster hunters were also present. Long Haochen nodded and said, Yu Ye's intel is very accurate. This is a battle that we are confident of winning. Samakina has fallen into the trap. What about the other side? Long Tianyin said, We have also found traces of the enemy on the other side. It is estimated that in 1 to 2 days, the army led by demon god Marbus and the Bear Veil Far will arrive at Wanshou Pass. The cooperation between the Hell Demons and the Bear Demon is even more troublesome. Although Chen Hongba is usually very stingy, he does have a lot of good stuff hidden. It will not be easy for Marbus and Veilfer to take advantage of him. Long Haochen said, There are less than 2 days until the 3 days that the Demon Emperor mentioned. I believe he is also paying attention to the battlefield over there. Even if the news is not as fast as we are, it won't be too far off. Let him be happy for a while. I'm afraid he still thinks that we don't know about the situation over there. The southeast fortress and Wanshou Pass are also at a loss. Long Tianyin sighed and said, It's a pity that we will have to consume too many resources this time. However, as long as we can defeat the demons in one battle, it will be worth it. I'm not worried about the southeast fortress and Wanshou Pass. The most important thing is still the Demon Emperor. Long Haochen, do you really have the confidence to resist the Demon Emperor's attack? Long Haochen smiled faintly, but did not answer his grandfather's question. Was he really confident? Of course he was, but whether or not he could resist, how would he know before fighting? According to Yi Xiaolei's analysis of the Demon Emperor, he had almost no chance. Of course, this was not taking into account the situation of Hao Yue. Hao Yue was his biggest trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Long Haochen would not use this card because Hao Yue's appearance would definitely cause the Demon Emperor to go crazy. Kai, pay attention to your safety. Long Haochen patted Kai O's hand beside him. Kai smiled and said, Don't worry, I will be back soon. After saying this, she turned around and left quietly. Wang Yuanyuan smiled bitterly and said, If not for the quota being too few, I should be the one going. As the Warrior Temple's temple master, I am too unqualified. Long Haochen laughed and said, Don't say that. The final decisive battle will only be here. What we have to face is the most terrifying power of the demons. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to display your strength. Outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass, Demon Camp. Your Majesty, the army led by Samakina has arrived at the southeast fortress. He immediately launched an attack on the southeast fortress. The Moon Demon Agars reported the latest news to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, lying on his side on his dragon bed, smiled indifferently and said, He is really anxious, but it doesn't matter if the losses are a little bigger. Agars naturally understood the meaning of the Demon Emperor's words and said, Your Majesty, should we also exert some pressure on the dragon resisting mountain pass? The Demon Emperor shook his head, revealing a faint smile on his face, and said, No hurry. The ones who are anxious should be the humans. I want to play a game with Long Haochen. Only by slowly conquering will there be more fun. If I don't crush his confidence and faith, he will not surrender to me. Humans have been accumulating for 6,000 years. It is time to hand over some things. Pass my order to Samakina and Marbus. I don't care what they do, but they must use the shortest time to rush into the Temple Federation and launch an attack on the Holy City. Yes. Agars respectfully complied, quickly turned around, and left the tent. After leaving the Demon Emperor's tent, Agars frowned slightly, thinking that this time humans really have no chance. His Majesty's methods are all overt schemes. One day later, in the Southeast Fortress, the entire walls of the Southeast Fortress were almost stained with blood of various colors. On the walls, there were a lot of traces of damage. Fortunately, the fortress walls were strong enough and protected by magic arrays. The surface was riddled with holes, but the interior was still solid. The battle had been going on for a day and a night. Samakina was like a madman, mobilizing the demon army to launch wave after wave of attacks, not giving the Southeast Fortress a chance to breathe. The army of 500,000 took turns to fight. When the first wave of attacks ended, the second wave immediately rushed in. For a day and a night, the demons were caught off guard at the beginning, causing the demon eye warlocks and mad demons to suffer heavy losses. Overall, they still had an overwhelming advantage. Although they were constantly being pushed back by the Southeast Fortress, the Southeast Fortress also suffered a lot of losses, and their resistance seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. If not for the Night Legion in the city coming out to attack a few times, the casualties would have been even greater. However, the losses of the Devil race were even greater. There was no cannon fodder in this siege. All of them were elites. According to the statistics, among the 500,000 Devil race troops, 60,000 had perished in the offensive and defensive battles. It could be seen how fierce the offensive was. Although the casualties of human beings were not as great as those of the Devil race, there was still half of the number. Among them, on the Southeast Fortress side, the Shield Warriors, who had the strongest defense, suffered the most casualties. In most cases, they died protecting the magicians, summoners, and priests. The Shield Warriors used their lives and shields to protect the magical class players. As a result, even though some of the 8,000 magical class players were injured, only a few had died. Less than 300 of them had died in battle. This ratio was a miracle in such a tragic battlefield. The eyes of the magicians, summoners, and priests were all bloodshot. They fought desperately for a day and a night. Even though they were magic professions, they still hadn't left the city to rest. It wasn't that Xiao Yonghao didn't want them to, it was that they didn't want to leave. Seeing their companions die in battle to protect them, the eyes of the magicians were all bloodshot. At least half of the 300 magic professions that had died had burned their own lives to cast spells that were beyond their level. The powerhouses of the 6 major temples of the Southeast Fortress were all bloodshot, forcing the fierce offensive of the demons to retreat. They were even crazier than the mad demons. At this stage of the battle, willpower and fighting spirit were often more important than strength. The Southeast Fortress was already piled up like a mountain. Damn it, Samakina is a lunatic. Xiao Yonghao cursed as he stood on the city wall. A day and a night had passed. It was noon the next day, but the demons' offensive did not show any signs of weakening. Besides, Xiao Yonghao could clearly see that the demon army was already very tired. The powerhouses of the demons could not even exert 80% of their strength. Even so, Samakina still refused to give up. He continued to command them to attack the city. It should be known that the 500,000 demon troops hadn't rested since their rapid march. They had been fighting on the battlefield all along. No human commander would command their army like this, but Samanaga had done so. Moreover, he had already killed 4 tribal commanders who had raised objections to his command. Among the demon gods of the demons, apart from Jaibo, who had fallen first, the other demon gods had also taken turns to attack. Although they were all blocked, they had greatly restrained the strength of the Southeast Fortress. How long can our setup last? Xiao Yonghao asked the Eternal Hero, who was covered in a cloak. The Eternal Hero, who was obviously a magician, was injecting sticky light elements into Xiao Yonghao's body. These Eternal Heroes had been transferred from the Assassin Temple. There won't be a problem in the next 2 days. My setup can last for up to 5 days. Excluding the time it took to set up in advance, we have at least 2 days left. All right. Xiao Yonghao clenched his teeth and said, I don't believe that Samakina can attack for another 2 days without falling into the trap. I will definitely hold on until then, even if it costs me my life. The number of soldiers and resources gathered in the southeast fortress was quite large. As long as the powerhouses were not suppressed too much by the other side, the seemingly weakened resistance on the battlefield would still not collapse. At this time, Samakina was also a little anxious. It had been a day and a night, and the human resistance was still very tenacious. What surprised him the most was not that the southeast fortress had all the powerhouses from the 6 major temples, but that there were 5 or 6 more domain-level powerhouses in the southeast fortress, especially the one with the divine-level bow and arrow. It was precisely because of his threat that the charging demon gods did not dare to use their full strength and were always wary of his attacks. On the demon's side, the morale of the army had begun to waver. Other than the 100,000 demons, the other races had taken turns to go into battle, and all of them had suffered varying degrees of damage. More importantly, after a continuous march and a day and night of battle, the demon army was already very tired. The dissatisfied voices were getting louder and louder. Even the demon gods were looking at Samakina with increasingly unfriendly gazes. Even a fool could see what Samakina was up to. His army of demons had a good rest for a day and night, and their spirits had been raised to the best state. However, Samakina still did not allow them to step onto the battlefield, lest his direct subordinates were injured. If it wasn't for the overwhelming presence of Samakina and the 4 demon kings around him, perhaps these demon gods would have already voiced their dissent. There was a limit to their patience. Other than Samakina, the demon god with the highest ranking here was the 11th pillar. If this continued, Samakina might not be able to control the situation. After all, he had somewhat angered everyone. Let's go talk to the undead demon god. One of the demon gods finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up abruptly. Among the 16 demon gods, 12 responded to his call and walked towards Samakina together. And at that moment, Samakina slowly rose from the commander's seat and said in a deep voice, "Pass down my order. The army at the front, retreat. Demon army, all attack. I will personally go into battle to kill the enemy." As he spoke, a pair of huge demon wings slowly unfolded behind him. He turned his head and glared coldly at the dozen demon gods who were walking toward him. In an instant, the demon gods stopped in their tracks. The demon army at the front retreated like the tide, while the 100,000 demons advanced slowly. All the demons above grade 6 flapped their wings and flew into the sky, while those below grade 6 were all infantry or cavalry. They formed neat formations and slowly advanced toward the southeast fortress. The undead demon god, Samakina, finally mobilized his most powerful direct army, the demons. The continuous battle put the southeast fortress under great pressure. Although the demons suffered great losses, the southeast fortress was also in a similar situation. The powerhouses were exhausted, the warriors had decreased sharply, and the mages had consumed too much mana. This was their weakest moment. Samakina's goal was to break into the Federation Temple in the shortest time possible. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Therefore, he wanted to launch a fatal attack when the southeast fortress was at its weakest and achieve victory in one fell swoop. Among the 500,000 troops, the most powerful 100,000 demon gods finally appeared on the battlefield. They wanted to finish the battle in one fell swoop. The remaining dozen demon gods didn't follow Samakina into battle. At that moment, even the demon gods without a race were full of resentment. Of course, they could see Samakina's ambition and goal, but what could they do? The overall strength of the demons even surpassed that of the moon devils and star demons. 100,000 demons. What kind of terrifying strength was this? 4 great demon kings, in addition to countless demon overlords, commanders, and great demons, magic and martial as one. Their bodies were powerful, and their intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. With 100,000 demons moving out at the same time, what kind of terrifying scene was that? Even though the other deity wardens were aware that Samina was trying to take all the credit and seize the biggest reward after conquering the southeastern fortress, what could they do? Could they resist the undead demon god of the 5 demon god pillars? They couldn't, and they didn't dare to. Even if their combined strength still exceeded 300,000 soldiers, they weren't united, especially those races without demon god totems. They wouldn't listen to their orders. None of the demon gods dared to stand out. Hence, they could argue, but they didn't dare to really rebel. There was a temporary peace on the battlefield in front of the southeast fortress, but the atmosphere on the battlefield became even more oppressive. Large batches of the demons retreated from the front line. In the process of retreating, they gradually dispersed to the left and right, which made the 6 major class powerhouses of the southeast fortress, who had just relaxed a little, tense up instantly. The army of 100,000 demons approached the southeast fortress in an overwhelming manner. Under the request of the undead demon god Samakina, they deliberately slowed down a little, so that the huge pressure would be more deeply imprinted in the hearts of every soldier of the southeast fortress. On the walls of the southeast fortress, no matter which class they belonged to, some of them had participated in the Holy War 5 years ago. However, even in that holy war, the demons had never launched such a crazy attack like today. They had been attacking relentlessly for a day and a night, and all of them were the most powerful and elite race of the demons. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. The demons seemed to be fighting to their last breath. Although the losses of the southeast fortress weren't as great as the demons, as the saying went, you hurt the enemy 1,000 times. You hurt 800 times. Moreover, for some reason, the fortress's magic cannons were missing. Although the combat power of the 6 major classes had been greatly enhanced, the enemy was too strong. 500,000 elite demons. How terrifying was that? At this time, most of the soldiers in the southeast fortress were injured and exhausted. The warrior and the knight were in a better state because they had the advantage in numbers, so they could take turns to rest. However, the mages didn't get any rest at all. Even when Qiu Yonghao asked them to go down, they refused. The continuous battle on the walls had already exhausted them to death, and the mana in their bodies had long been depleted. Even with the replenishment of magical crystals, their mental strength was completely overdrawn. Almost every mage class had bloodshot eyes. However, the war wasn't over yet. The undead demon god Samakina had no intention of delaying the battle at all. On the contrary, he had finally mobilized his own demon army. 100,000 demon army was also the most powerful force in the demon army. On the walls of the southeast fortress, many people's eyes were filled with despair. Although they were not inferior to the enemy in terms of numbers, everyone knew very well how powerful the demons were. Once the demon army attacked the fortress, it would be impossible for them to resist. Qiu Yonghao's eyes were like an eagle's as he stared at the approaching demon's army. He could feel the weakness, helplessness, and despair of the soldiers in the southeast fortress. But in his heart, his will to fight was still strong. Come on, Samakina, come on. I've waited long enough for you. Seniors, let's begin, Qiu Yonghao said to the 3 mages beside him respectfully. Little Qiu, you did well. As expected of the temple master of the warrior temple. The leader of the mages praised Qiu Yonghao for some reason. Then, the 3 mages quickly turned around and left, disappearing from the walls in the blink of an eye. The knight and warrior who had fallen to the ground got up one after another and picked up their weapons. The mages also struggled to raise their staffs. The spells they could cast were very few, and they could only kill more enemies at the last moment. The despair in everyone's eyes began to turn into determination. What was a holy war? This was a war between 2 races that would never end until one of them was dead. With the crazy attacks of the demons, everyone knew how the demons would massacre the people once the southeast fortress was breached. In that case, they might as well die in battle. The battlefield was the best place for any profession to hone their skills. Here, not only did they hone their cultivation, but they also trained their temperament. Without a doubt, Seeing that the demon's army was about to arrive, every profession from the 6 great temples felt their hearts sublimate. If they could survive this battle, there was no doubt that they would become the true elites of the 6 great temples. All mages, rest where you are. Xiao Yonghao's inexplicable order surprised the mages, summoners, and priests on the city wall. The enemies were already right in front of them, and they were asked to rest. This is an order. The humans will win, Xiao Yonghao emphasized. At the same time, he locked his gaze on the undead deity Warden Samakina in the distant sky. The demons on the ground accounted for 70% of the demons, and 30% of them were above the 6th grade who could fly in the air. However, they didn't fly too high. In order to increase the pressure on the southeast fortress, they all flew within 100 to 150 meters from the ground. The evil demon race was a powerful race that combined magic and martial arts. In terms of the overall strength of the race, they were a terrifying existence that was only inferior to the heaven-defying demon-dragon race. The 4 great evil demon kings commanded the army in 4 different directions. The undead demon god Samanaga was in the middle. His face was already revealing disdain and intense killing intent. Despite the twists and turns, the southeast fortress was more tenacious than expected. However, none of that mattered anymore. Samakina had absolute confidence that he could break through the southeast fortress in the next attack. When that happened, the people from the 6 great temples would only become his stepping stones. The demons didn't kill ordinary humans, but they wouldn't show mercy to the professions from the 6 great temples. This was the best opportunity to strike a blow to the humans. If it didn't cripple the humans, how could the demons maintain their absolute advantage? The demon army was getting closer and closer. 5 miles, 4 miles, 3 miles. Finally, the evil army was only 1,000 meters away from the city wall. Samanaga's terrifying appearance was completely presented to the humans. A deathly gray aura surrounded his body, and the terrifying death aura in the air turned into a huge demonic head that was about to bite down on the southeast fortress. Even though he was the only one who appeared this time, as the 4th terrifying existence among the 72 deity wardens, the deity wardens who had participated in the previous battles might not even be as powerful as him. Samanaga was absolutely confident that no human in the southeast fortress would be a match for him. Samakina. At that moment, a delicate voice sounded in the air. This voice came very suddenly, but it was abnormally clear. The rolling sound waves seemed to come from all directions, and the intense sound waves caused Samanaga's body to tremble slightly. He could tell from this voice that the newcomer did not come with good intentions. In the next instant, Samanaga seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world. His entire body was sent flying, instantly retreating thousands of meters away. His face was filled with shock. What did he see? It was a pagoda that suddenly appeared in midair and fell from the sky. The pagoda was white, a white that was filled with majesty. As it fell, it became larger and larger, and under the white light, it landed on the demon head in the air. Everyone knew that the demon head was condensed from the power of the death demon god, Samanaga. But at this moment, the demon head actually collapsed under the suppression of the pagoda. It couldn't even escape from the white light. It instantly turned into wisps of gray smoke and disappeared in the white light, while the blazing white light became even more dazzling. The advancing demon army seemed to be under some kind of heavy pressure, and the demons in the sky fell to the ground one after another. At the same time, they looked up at the sky in shock. The pagoda had already grown to over 100 meters tall, and there was a faint 7-colored halo within the white light. Divine artifact. It was undoubtedly a divine artifact. However, even if it was a divine artifact, it wasn't enough to make the 100,000 demon army so afraid. What they were afraid of was the white light that was released by the divine artifact. That aura caused the power of darkness in every demon's body to surge and tremble violently. The necromancy demon god, Samanaga, had completely lost his previous calmness and determination. His eyes were filled with shock. It was that pagoda. It was that pagoda. If one were to ask Samanaga who he feared the most in his life, he would definitely answer the demon god emperor. There was no doubt about that. But if one were to ask him what he feared the most in this world, his answer would definitely be the pagoda he had faced in the dragon-resisting mountain pass, the Tower of Eternity that belonged to Longhauchen. Chapter 292. Back then, the Tower of Eternity almost completely devoured and destroyed the territory of the undead demon god Samakina, leaving him with too many painful memories. After that, it took him 3 years to restore his cultivation, and the damage to his origin took 5 years to fully recover. At this moment, the Tower of Eternity reappeared. Although the golden color had turned into white, the fear in Samakina's heart was even stronger. Even after he suffered a big loss last time, he understood that if he didn't use the territory, there might not be a problem. However, when facing the Tower of Eternity, he still had a look of fear. At the top of the Tower of Eternity, a beautiful figure stood proudly at the top of the Tower of Eternity. Her black dress made her even more eye-catching on the top of the Tower of Eternity, and the huge black scythe in her hand shone with blue and purple radiance. She looked at the undead demon god Samina from afar, and a terrifying murderous aura instantly bloomed. Combined with the white halo emitted by the huge Tower of Eternity, it actually intimidated all the fiend race. The one who could control the Tower of Eternity and release the power of purification to shock the demons was naturally the federal vice president of the temple, the deputy leader of the Light of Dawn monster hunters, the Grim Reaper, the Saint of Samsara, Kair. No one noticed that when the demons in the air landed one after another, Qiu Yonghao's eyes showed a hint of ecstasy. He waved his right hand below the city wall, and a golden light flashed in the air. If Kair didn't appear, such an obvious golden light would definitely be noticed by Samakina. But at this moment, Kair completely attracted his attention. Not to mention the fact that the Tower of Eternity made him deeply apprehensive. Just the aura emitted from Kair's body made him feel an intense threat. 5th rank of the 9th step. That was actually the aura of a 5th rank of the 9th step? How could this be? Since when did the humans have a rank? 9 rank, 5 powerhouse. Moreover, it was such a young girl who was controlling the Tower of Eternity that had left him with bitter memories. Based on the demon's understanding of humans, it seemed that only the star Holy Knight Yang Haoyu, who was far away in the Knights Templars and had not appeared on the battlefield for a long time, was at level 9, level 5. Of course, there was also the rising Longhauchen, who might have reached that level. But why was there a girl who had also reached this level? Samanaga suddenly had a very indescribable feeling in his heart. The Demon God Emperor's deployment had originally seemed foolproof to him. Attacking from both sides at the same time, the humans would be unable to resist. However, on the battlefield of the southeastern fort, the humans had already encountered one after another 9th-stage powerhouses that he didn't understand. It seemed that everything wasn't going according to the predetermined trajectory in their hearts. On the contrary, there were quite a few variables, and would these variables lead to their final defeat? However, Samakina was after all one of the 5 demon pillars of the demons. Although he was very afraid of Kair, he quickly returned to normal. His cold voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Demons, attack. At the same time as this shout, Samakina's body once again burst out with a strong gray light. Then, the gray halo completely integrated into his body, making his whole body transparent. The strong aura of death was completely converged, and in the distance, the undead demon pillar that belonged to him also bloomed with a dazzling gray light. Using human terms to describe Samakina's current state, it would be that he was in his own domain. Didn't the Tower of Eternity absorb my domain? Fine, I won't release my domain out of my body. Let's see how you can absorb it. There was no doubt about Samakina's strength. At the same time that the demon pillar lit up, his body also expanded rapidly in the air. And in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a huge, crystalline gray demon that was over 300 meters tall. This transformation immediately boosted the morale of the entire demon's army, and their previously suppressed speed instantly erupted as they charged towards the southeast fortress. However, at this time, Before the demons above the rank 6 realm could fly up from the ground, all of a sudden, a strange aura spread throughout the entire battlefield. To be precise, it was about 2,000 meters in front of the southeast fortress. And at this time, the 100,000 demons had all stepped into this area. Under the influence of that strange aura, the demons that had just increased their speed suddenly slowed down. At the next moment, the ground suddenly lit up. This sudden change immediately caught the attention of the necromancer deity, Samakina, and an extremely ominous premonition instantly appeared in his heart. Not good. Samakina's terrifying and huge body hurriedly landed on the ground. At the same time, he waved his hands in the air, and a huge gray spear appeared in his grasp. The spear was actually flickering in a rainbow light, and it was actually a divine grade demon weapon. However, why did Kair come here? It was to prevent Samakina from affecting Long Houchen's entire plan. As soon as Samakina's body landed, the tower that he feared the most flew towards him at an astonishing speed. In the process of flying, the purifying light released by the Tower of Eternity earlier converged within it. Moreover, at the top of the tower, where Kair stood, there was also a pure white lotus flower. On one side, there was a strong, ominous premonition coming from the ground. On the other side, there was a terrifying attack that threatened Samakina's life. Without a doubt, as a deity, he definitely had to place his life first. Compared to his own life, what was the safety of his people worth? Therefore, no matter how unwilling Samakina was, he could only resist Kair's attack at this moment and not care about the light that suddenly appeared on the ground. The ground was boiling. It was the boiling of the golden light. Golden patterns that were 100 meters in diameter began to appear on the ground silently. The golden mist rose and covered the height of 100 meters from the ground to the sky in the blink of an eye. Every golden pattern was similar in appearance. They were 100 meters in diameter, and there were many complicated runes on them. The magical hexagram was in the center, and the runes seemed to be alive as they floated upward along with the rising golden mist. There were about 30 such patterns, and there was a certain distance between each pattern. However, when these 30 golden patterns lit up on the ground at the same time without warning, it gave people the feeling that the plains in front of the southeast fortress had turned golden. In the distance, the Devil Race army that had just retreated was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What kind of power was this? In the history of the war between the demons and humans, such a spectacular scene had never appeared. Humans had also never used such a method of war. But what exactly are those golden formations? While they were still in shock, the demons began to scream in pain. The golden mist was like a viscous liquid that trapped most of the demons. Only some of the demons with the strongest cultivation base rushed out of the mist and rose into the sky. However, most of the demons, especially those who couldn't fly, could only be shrouded by the mist that was filled with the aura of light. Boom! The first rumble resounded from the center of all 30 golden magic arrays. When this rumble resounded, the golden magic array at the core suddenly blossomed with a blazing golden light. The moment the light that surpassed the sun erupted, the terrifying sound waves buried the screams of all the devils. The range of the golden light explosion instantly expanded from its original diameter of 100 meters to a diameter of 300 meters. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge golden fireball had appeared on the ground, and the core of the fireball was even white-hot. This was clearly a forbidden-level spell. Even if it's not a forbidden spell, it's almost there. After the first explosion, the second one followed. All 30 golden formations exploded in a short span of 10 seconds. Meanwhile, in midair, the collision between the necromancer deity, Samakina, and the Tower of Eternity had just ended. Unlike the golden explosion on the ground, it was white and gray colliding in the air. There wasn't a particularly strong explosion, but the entire sky was distorted at the moment when the Tower of Eternity and Samakina collided. Samakina's face was also distorted. This time, what he felt was not the terrifying, soul-devouring power of the Tower of Eternity last time, but the purification power that had a terrifying power to purify all the aura of death. What was more terrifying was that when the huge tower of eternity slammed into him, the strange lotus at the top of the tower lit up, and white petals flew out and shrouded his body. The strong sense of crisis caused Samanaga to recklessly push his demon god transformation to the strongest degree. His whole body was like a gray gemstone, emitting the strongest rays of light. The spear in his hand blossomed with a rainbow-colored luster as he brandished it in an airtight manner. However, under this collision, a third of Samakina's 300-meter-tall body collapsed. The gray light faded, and he was only 200 meters tall. He was directly knocked thousands of meters away from the battlefield in front of the southeastern fortress. The gray light emitted by Samakina's collapsed demon deity transformation was completely absorbed by the Tower of Eternity, and Kai reappeared on the top of the tower. She looked at Samakina from afar, and her aura did not decrease, but increased instead, firmly locking onto the demon deity transformation. Long Haochen naturally had his considerations for letting Kai come to the southeastern fortress. In terms of strength, even if Kai cultivation base had broken through to the 5th level of the demon deity transformation, and she possessed the Death Scythe and the Tower of Eternity at the same time, she would at most be on par with Marbus, and that was under the premise that the 12 holy guards were mobilized. After all, the demon deity pillars of the 5 demon deity pillars were at least existences that were close to supreme artifacts. Although Kai was strong, she was ultimately still weak in terms of absolute strength. However, there is a saying in this world called mutual restraint. This was true in terms of strength, but it was a different matter on the battlefield. If Kai encountered the demon deity transformation Marbus of Hell, she might have fallen into a bitter battle. However, when she appeared in front of the demon deity transformation Samakina became a tragedy. The powerful necromancy spells and abilities that he was famous for, and even his demon deity pillars, were completely suppressed by Kai. It was just like when Kai suppressed almost all the undead lords in the Haoyue plane of existence by herself. In the face of the power of purification, all death auras were illusory. Long Haochen had Kai come to the southeastern stronghold in order to firmly suppress the strongest demon god, the Death Spirit demon god. As for the other demon gods, there was no need to fear them. On the ground, terrifying golden spheres of light exploded one after another, and the light element even formed a frightening elemental storm. When all 30 arrays exploded, even powerhouses at the level of Kai and Samanaga didn't dare to stay in their original positions and quickly fled into the sky. Of the 100,000-strong demon race army, only a few could be seen flying into the sky like flies. The vast majority of the demons were buried in that golden sea, not to mention the demons in the distance. Even the professionals of the 6 major temples on the walls of the southeastern fortress were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that such a terrifying scene would appear on the battlefield? The area in front of the southeastern fortress had turned into a golden ocean. The golden light was so violent that it could drive people crazy. Even a super forbidden spell couldn't achieve such destructive power. Even if the Demon Emperor were here, he wouldn't be able to stop all the magical formations from exploding. What exactly is going on? The temple master of the warrior temple, Yin Yonghao, stood on the battlements and laughed hysterically. He had lived for more than 100 years, but he had never felt as carefree as he did today. The 100,000 demons army of the demons was actually buried in front of the southeastern fortress. This was such an important victory. In the entire southeastern fortress, apart from the few mages who set up this fatal trap, only he knew that such a terrifying attack was waiting for the demons. This was also the reason why he remained calm. This fatal trap was specially prepared for the demons. Samakina was completely dumbfounded. He floated in midair and looked at the boiling golden ocean below. His facial muscles were completely stiff. How is this possible? How is this possible? He wanted to shout and question crazily, but right now, he couldn't even make a sound. As the 4th deity warden of the demons and the leader of the demons, His army of 100,000 demons was actually engulfed by the terrifying light elemental forbidden spell. As he felt the destruction of the light elemental storm, he didn't have any wishful thinking at all. Even he might not be able to escape unscathed if he was in the center of the storm. Trap. This is a trap set by the despicable humans. But why would they have such a trap? There were too many questions in Samakina's mind. At this moment, his mind went blank, and he couldn't accept the reality before him at all. He thought that victory was in sight, but he fell from the peak to the bottom in an instant. He even witnessed the annihilation of his people with his own eyes. This was a huge blow to him. It must be known that the demons had mobilized all the demons who were good at fighting. Only the old, the young, the women, and the children were left behind. It could be said that this army of 100,000 demons was the main force of the demons, and this force was also Samakina's greatest reliance. The undead demon god, Samakina, roared at the sky. As he roared, his gray body expanded crazily. This time, he actually grew to more than 500 meters tall. His eyes had already turned completely blood red, and cracks had even appeared on his extremely swollen body. A dense aura of death was leaking out from within. That's right. In the face of such a heavy blow, the undead demon god Samakina was close to going crazy. From the collision just now, he could feel that it was suppressing him in all aspects. At this moment, he disregarded everything and directly activated the sky demon disintegration technique. He wanted revenge. He would only be satisfied when he killed all the humans. He was insane. He had completely lost his mind. The undead demon god pillar in the distance emitted an unprecedentedly dazzling gray radiance that shone directly on Samakina's body. A gray armor instantly covered his body. The undead demon god pillar in the distance suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the spear in Samakina's hand suddenly expanded, and gray veined patterns appeared faintly. He had actually turned his demon god pillar into a terrifying weapon. Kai stared coldly at Samakina's transformation. Her beautiful eyes became empty. She knew that she had to stop Samakina no matter what, because no expert in the southeastern fortress could stop him in his current state. Samakina had already made up his mind to take revenge even if he had to die. 12 different colored radiances shot out from the Tower of Eternity and formed a circle to protect Kai-Er. They were the 12 holy guards left behind by the undead calamity Electrolux. Kai-Er was indeed confident that she could restrain the undead calamity Samakina. Her cultivation wasn't much weaker than her opponent, and the Tower of Eternity was a great deterrent to Samakina. However, she still couldn't stop Samakina from going all out when he lost his mind. His current state was just like a bow when he encountered Longhauchen. The 12 holy guards surrounded Kai-Er in the center. The 12 of them were divided into 2 circles. 6 warriors were on the outside, and 6 mages were on the inside. All of them had all 6 elemental attributes. 6 colored radiances flashed, and the 12 holy guards formed 2 6-colored hexagrams, one big and one small, surrounding Kai-Er in the center. The dense 6-colored radiance rose, and a huge amount of elemental energy gathered towards Kai-Er. When the 6-colored radiance entered the hexagonal range of the second hexagon, it actually turned into pure chaotic force. This formation was invented by the undead calamity Electrolux. Back then, he relied on his own strength and the full support of the 12 holy guards to fight against the human experts of the entire continent. Although the current 12 holy guards were weaker than when they followed Electrolux back then, and had not reached the domain level, they were still 12 grade 9 powerhouses. Under their joint formation, Kai-Er's aura instantly increased exponentially. The strength of the increase was even comparable to the undead demonic god Samakina's demonic transformation. Standing at the top of the Tower of Eternity, Kai-Er raised the scythe of the god of death in her hands. The originally black scythe gradually turned into a crystal clear white, and the dense purification force instantly turned into a huge purification halo that spread out. This was the sign that Kai-Er had fully released her purification domain. When releasing the purification domain, Kyr did not face the frenzied Samakina. Instead, she urged the Tower of Eternity to descend, and at the same time, the purification domain also descended towards the light elemental storm that was gradually weakening. If Samakina was still completely rational, he would definitely understand what Kyr was doing. But now, he was already in a frenzied state. The spear in his hand pointed forward, and his huge body took a step forward in the void. In an instant, he appeared above Kyr and swung his spear at Kai. At this moment, Samakina was really too strong. This attack of his tore a huge hole in the sky, and the terrifying dimensional storm wreaked havoc in the air, so much so that the light elemental storm below gathered above. However, this had unknowingly helped Kai. The 100,000-strong demon army was almost completely annihilated under the terrifying light elemental array series of explosions, and tens of thousands of lives perished. Demons' lives were also lives. After they died, there would also be death aura. Light couldn't completely purify death, but Kyr's purification domain could. In the process of purifying death, it was equivalent to the enhancement of her own strength. One could see the silky white purification force being filtered out by the purification domain as the light elemental storm surged upwards, and then injected into the Tower of Eternity. After the second purification of the Tower of Eternity, it was transmitted into Kyr's body. In addition, with the enhancement of the 12 Holy Guards array, Kyr's aura also rose to an unprecedented height. The Grim Reaper scythe was raised, and Kyr's eyes flickered. In the next instant, a sharp white light lit up in the air and collided with the falling spear. Although the size of the two sides was completely disproportionate, the moment they collided, Samakina and Kyr trembled at the same time. Samakina's spear was really sent flying, while Kyr let out a muffled grunt, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. However, she still managed to break Samakina's attack. Samanaga roared. At this moment, his domain of death, in addition to the demon god transformation and the great art of demonic disintegration, had completely fused with his body. When he collided with Kyr's death of the seven absolutes, a large amount of his necromantic energy was dissolved. If this kind of battle were to continue, he would definitely not be able to gain the upper hand. However, Samakina had completely gone mad. He did not care about his own safety at all. He turned the spear in his hand, and the gray on his body instantly condensed into the spear. All the runes on the spear lit up, and a terrifying aura erupted. The spear actually turned into a demon god pillar that was hundreds of meters long in the air and directly smashed towards Kyr. The power of the demon god pillar was really terrifying. Among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, only the 5 great demon god pillars could directly use their own demon god pillars as weapons. An unprecedentedly huge pressure suddenly fell on Kyr. Even though she had absorbed a large amount of the outside world's death aura and converted it into purification power, she could not help but have a huge change in expression. This was clearly Samakina's desperate attack. In a flash, Kyr and the 12 Holy Guards disappeared from the Tower of Eternity at the same time. The Tower of Eternity spun wildly. At the top of the tower, a flourishing lotus bloomed and collided with the undead demon god pillar in the air. At the same time, the Tower of Eternity rapidly descended, dodging downwards. Every flourishing lotus bombarded the undead demon god pillar, causing a series of big explosions, but still could not stop it from falling. Finally, the moment the Tower of Eternity floated to the ground, the undead demon god pillar smashed down, hitting the top of the Tower of Eternity. A violent roar shook the field, and the surrounding light element storm was dispersed by this terrifying energy wave. A large number of demon corpses could be seen on the ground, and those that could leave behind the corpses were demons with relatively strong cultivation when they were alive. Those with low cultivation had long been annihilated. The Tower of Eternity was hit by the undead demon god pillar, and 4 floors had sunk, leaving only the top 3 floors above the ground. The purification light emitted by the entire Tower of Eternity suddenly dimmed a lot, and there were even many cracks in the surrounding air. Kai appeared again, and the Tower of Eternity quietly disappeared. In the next instant, Kai had already rushed into the sky with the 12 holy guards. The Grim Reaper scythe flew out of her hand and soared hundreds of meters in the air, slashing at Samikina. Facing this purifying blade's attack, Samina unexpectedly didn't dodge in the slightest. The demon god pillar brazenly swept out, looking as if it wanted to perish together with Kai. What a lunatic! Kai-Er's eyes flashed with cold light, and her figure instantly retreated in the air. Of course, she did not want to perish together with Samikina, but the Grim Reaper's scythe still slashed at her opponent. Although Samikina's mental state was crazy, his combat instinct was still there. The back of the demon god pillar rose up, knocking away the Grim Reaper's scythe. At the same time, at least 50 gray runes suddenly flew out from the front of the demon god pillar and went straight to Kai. The terrifying power turned into a death storm in the air. The purification power could purify the power of death, but when the power of death was concentrated to a certain extent, it would take enough time to purify, and Samikina obviously would not give her this time. Figures quietly stood in front of Kai, forming a human wall, and rays of colorful light exploded in the air. Kai groaned again, and her body was blown back thousands of meters in the air. She let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, her body shone with a golden light, and more of the impact was dissolved. After all, the aura of death couldn't really hurt her. However, among the 12 holy guards, 6 warrior holy guards had been torn to pieces by the terrifying power of death. They needed enough time to revive in the Tower of Eternity. Samikina gave people a feeling of invincibility. He raised the demon god pillar again, but this time he let go of Kai and went straight for the southeast fortress. The soldiers of the southeast fortress were in a state of extreme excitement, but they all saw the changes in Samikina in the air. The undead demon god in this state was too terrifying. A ray of colorful light swept across the sky, flying towards Samikina. It was the power of Yi Sanmi's godly bow. Samikina didn't dodge at all, and let the terrifying arrow fall on his body. The attack that could instantly kill the arcane demon god, Jiabwa, landed on Samikina's body, but it only caused a crack and didn't hurt his body. Samikina's demon god pillar continued to fall fiercely on the southeast fortress. At this time, the experts of the southeast fortress could no longer hide their strength. All the eternal heroes shone with dazzling brilliance. Even though they knew they couldn't win, they had to make a move. Otherwise, if Samikina's demon god pillar fell on the southeast fortress, it would be a disaster, and even the city walls would be completely destroyed. Although the demons were almost completely annihilated, there were still more than 300,000 demon army outside. Without the protection of the city walls, the southeast fortress still couldn't hold on. Kai-Er's figure appeared once again, in front of all the powerhouses on the city wall. The scythe of the god of death in her hands shone with splendor, changing continuously in the air, looking like a graceful dance. The domain of purification was withdrawn in a flash, raising her cultivation to the peak, and the power of the domain for me burst forth. First absolute, death's death. Second absolute, death's purification. Third absolute, death's howl. Fourth absolute, death's kiss. Fifth absolute, death's extermination. The 5 absolute were used at the same time, turning into the 6th absolute, path of death. This was Kai-Er's strongest attack in her life. The purification domain turned into a huge light blade that slashed towards Samikina's undead demon god pillar. A terrifying collision occurred in the air, and the howls of countless wraiths resounded in the air, but they were instantly swallowed by the purification domain. At least half of the gray on the undead demon god pillar disappeared under the purification of the path of death, but the Tang god pillar only managed to block Kai-Er's Grim Reaper scythe. Clang! Amidst the explosion, the Grim Reaper scythe was bounced up high, while Samakina's huge body also retreated a few hundred meters, and the deathly aura on his body greatly decreased. However, Kai-Er's situation was much more miserable than his. She spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and her entire body directly collided with the wall of the southeast fortress. She only stabilized her body after crashing through the wall for 30 meters. In order to help Kai-Er block the attack, the remaining 6 Holy Guards' bodies were all shattered. At this moment, she seemed to be at the end of her rope. Samakina was too terrifying. More accurately, it was the demon god pillar that was too terrifying. It was an existence that was close to a supreme divine weapon, and it could still completely suppress the Grim Reaper's scythe, even though its attributes were countered. However, Samakina was definitely not in a good state right now. Casting the demon god transformation and demon disintegration at the same time was extremely taxing on his body. He wouldn't be able to defeat Kai-Er under normal circumstances, but he was completely suppressed under such circumstances. It was evident how terrifying his consumption was every second. After the attack was bounced off by Samakina's body trembled violently, and the red light in his eyes showed signs of dissipating. However, he still raised his demon god pillar again, and the terrifying aura was raised to the extreme once again. Even if he died, he would drag the soldiers of the southeast fortress down with him. The power of death in the second half of the demon god pillar extended forward frantically. Even the armor on Samakina's body had completely transformed into the power of death and was infused into the demon god pillar. His next attack would be even more terrifying than the previous one, because it might very well be his final all-out attack. In the sky, the remaining demons fell into a frenzy when they saw their patriarch launching a destructive attack in such a manner. They dispelled the fear in their hearts, and under the lead of the 4 great demon kings, less than 10,000 high-level demons pounced towards the southeast fortress. Demons were demons, after all. Even though they were ambushed by a deadly trap, they were still about to breach the southeast fortress at the last moment. Samakina had never expected that his original plan of letting the other demons become cannon fodder for his demons would end up benefiting others instead. In the distance, the Nephilim army and the demon gods had no intention of coming forward to help. The Nephilim army was exhausted, and the demon gods were already on the verge of exploding with dissatisfaction towards Samanaga. Seeing that the Nephilim army had suffered such a huge loss, they could only gloat. Naturally, they were overjoyed to see Samanaga attacking the southeastern fortress at all costs. As long as the southeast fortress was breached, they would be the biggest beneficiaries. As for whether Samakina lived or died, it had nothing to do with them. Perhaps many of them might even rise in the rankings because of Samakina's and Jiabu's deaths. Kai was in excruciating pain, and her body was constantly flickering with a golden luster. This was obviously the light of the life-sharing soul chain. If it weren't for the existence of the life-sharing soul chain, she would have been severely injured. She never expected the undead deity to be so terrifying when he went berserk. At the same time, she realized her mistake. As an assassin, she shouldn't have faced Samakina head-on, even if she thought she had the absolute advantage. Kai-Er struggled to jump out of the wall, and at this moment, the 9 eternal heroes from the Assassin Temple, as well as the 3 eternal heroes from the Assassin Temple and the 20 warriors of the 9th step from the Warrior Temple, had already thrown themselves into the battle, clashing with the demons. Among them, Chiu Yonghao, Yi Sanmi, and the other 4 eternal heroes gathered together and floated in the air. Each of them released their domain to the strongest extent and faced the undead deity pillar that was descending from the sky. They faced it with the determination to die. In this state, Samakina's attack power had reached above the stage 9 level 8. With such terrifying power, if they didn't pay with their lives, how could they stop it? Yi Sanmi didn't forget to turn back and smile at Kai-Er, as though saying, "Child, I'm counting on you for the rest of the battle." "No, Kai-Er screamed and raised the Grim Reaper scythe again. But at this time, her entire body was in excruciating pain. The intense pain made it impossible for her to exert her previous powerful strength. She could only release the Tower of Eternity again and slam into Samakina. However, she was still a step slower than Xiao Yonghao, Yi Sanmi, and the others. At this moment, Kai Er's body suddenly lit up with a silver light. Sensing the fluctuation of the silver light, Kai Er was stunned for a moment. Then, her agitated emotions immediately calmed down and turned into unprecedented confidence.